Welcome, everyone. We're live. And yes, Trooper, it is the 5th of December. Your note-taking is very important. I appreciate that. It is. Note-taking is... I do. About 20 seconds ago. No. There was nothing that interesting that would have popped up. No, it was literally on Trooper saying he needed to find his notes. No, technically August the 1st. No, we are after midday on August the 1st. Yes.
Important.
Wow, apparently you can all hear me, but you couldn't hear them, so it was not an issue, because I forgot to unmute you, y'all. Ah, there you go. I am a professional.
Well,
hi, everyone. Welcome in. Have fun. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, Donald. We hope you enjoy the chaos that comes from watching this live. For those of you who need to know who I am, I'm at JojoDonlan on Twitter, or Pexagorthesmia4. You see me around on Twitch, and I get to host the shenanigans and run this wonderful game. Today's tea is a very fine hashtag, still not sponsored by our dear friends at Bigelow Tea for constant comment. And as you can see, it is officially Christmas, and I have officially broken out the Christmas Snoopy mugs.
Aww.
But, you know, it's also a green background, so take that as you will. But we will go around, let everyone else say who you are, who you will be playing this fine evening, what your current status is, and by that I think we should start with Trooper, because your status is the easiest to define.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay, alright, so I think my status is that, so I'm Trooper SJP. Hello. And I am playing Lieutenant Henry Valentine. And what is my status? I think, I feel like he's married. That's one of his statuses. That's true. He is a lieutenant. That is also one of his statuses. Sure, also true. He is also bleeding. I think that might also be a status. Yeah, bleeding is a status. That's true. Bleeding excessively might also be stabbed in vital areas. It's probably also a status. Also, the UK sweetheart. I actually feel like that's also, I think he was awarded everybody's sweetheart also a couple times in a row. Sorry, but not from nobles, because they don't like him at all. That's just a different thing altogether. That's it. That's a status.
I think you also skipped, one of the most important in the phrase of unconscious.
Yeah, that's true. He is unconscious. He's not currently. Yeah, that's fair. Sure, unconscious. Sure. Yeah. Okay.
Did I miss anything? No, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. No, I was just thinking that consciousness is such a construct, and what is consciousness really?
In the medical sense, he be unconscious.
Yeah, in the medical sense, there's a lack of consciousness there.
But speaking of someone who has the medical expertise to possibly fix said unconsciousness, we have Jim. Hey, Jim.
Good evening. I'm Jim. I use he, him pronouns, and tonight I am playing Major Fletcher Spaulding, surgeon for the regiment. Is having to stitch up rather a lot of people suddenly. It's apparently there are assassins everywhere. So that's a thing. Recently actually got into a little bit of sword play, and now must attempt to prevent the whole dying thing if at all possible. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. Also, probably in the midst of writing more incredibly fast letters to be sent out really quickly, as suddenly his schedule is changing. but that seems to be the majority of activity right now. It's just mostly it's intrigue and stabbing. That's what a lot of things are happening this evening. Tonight's tea that I am drinking once again has a moose on it. This is Ramblers, the wonderful fictional location in the in various pools of mists locations everywhere. But the liquid contained inside it this evening is actually Irish breakfast. We're back to the Irish breakfast this evening. So
we need the caffeine. Is what I'm hearing.
We do need the caffeine this evening.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. That's what I'm seeing. Speaking of someone who is obviously 100% fabulous and enjoys all of the teas, hey Anino. Yeah, that's my segue.
Oh,
go with it.
Yeah, that's me. Hi, my name is Anino. I use he, him pronouns, and my main character in this campaign is Cleveland Griffiths, the Sergeant Major, Master Farrier, shirker of duties, but somehow finds himself having to be the more responsible person. All in all, I just feel like in this campaign, you guys ever remember that SNL sketch where Chris Farley played a tourist who was found himself on a Japanese game show and didn't really quite know what was going on the whole time? Yeah, that's kind of where I've been for the past 9 weeks or so. But yeah, so I understand that there are assassins, there are certain ways things must be done, and inheriting stuff is a really funny thing. And tonight I am drinking an oolong tea called Da Hong Pao in my very special do they call the name of these? Cataclysmum Chinaware? Dishware? Calamity Ware. Special holiday edition of the Calamity Ware stuff. So, you got weird little
I love it.
robots and Santa hats and stuff. So
it is gorgeous. It is fabulous. Also, I feel that Cleveland Griffiths is just the right level of everything for this game. But speaking of someone who is also just the right level of everything, even if he is mediocre in said such level, the wonderful, the fabulous, hey Alyssa. By the way,
Hello.
Alyssa is not mediocre. Merely Captain Bisley.
Yes, I in fact, having measured my height against many other people, I fall in the short category, as I'm often told and attempted to use as a headrest, which, if anyone ever sees me in real life and you attempt to use me as a headrest, I will rely on my roller derby skills and hip check you into the ground. Good luck with that. But tonight, I am embodying the role of the most mediocre man in existence, dealing with the betrayal of his Jacobite wife, Captain Timothy Bisley, and tonight's tea is, again, not sponsored, Friday afternoon's knuckle sandwich tea. It's a delicious black tea with dark chocolate and chili flakes and a lot of chili in this one tonight.
is it really a betrayal, though? Because I feel like Bisley's wife was never really a part of Team Bisley to begin with.
It's a betrayal. That's my wife.
But
Even
here's the
if she's
thing.
Terrible.
Does Bisley yet know that she's a Jacobite?
No, probably not.
He's still up on she's been sleeping with everybody who would stay still long enough.
Yeah. It's fine. It's just, it's more drama for the pyre, as it were.
Speaking of drama, this is where I remind my wonderful players of a couple things. Number one, your monologue tokens have refreshed, so you're going to get... Everyone has a monologue token back. You still have one pool... resolve token that you may use. And everyone, I think... No, somebody doesn't have one. Or, Trooper doesn't have one. But everyone else has 2 resolve tokens. And, right now, we set the scene because we are going to start inside the hospital tent. Or the addition to the hospital tent, where there were apparently some Jacobite revolutionaries who were attempting to assassinate Major Gaylord Holmes, Colonel Fisher. As far as you're aware, that's who they were there to kill. But one of them was dead. Because apparently unfortunately, the gentleman was stabbed in the thigh and hit in the femoral artery, and apparently somebody decided to let Captains Pomeroy and Bisley attempt medical aid. That never turns out well.
Oops.
That's a deadpan answer. But Lieutenant Valentine is also unconscious and bleeding profusely from a neck wound, as he had tried to interpose himself between the personage, this Jacobite revolutionary who attempted to stab Colonel Fisher and took the blow for his colonel, and is leaning over him is his charming wife, who had viewed said. And I believe I'm going to pick up inside. Doctor, you had managed at the end of last session to prevent our good lieutenant from dying. But, treatment is a thing that is ongoing. So where would you all like to start? Trooper, the unconscious person.
Okay. I just had to do it. Thanks. Wait, sorry. Wait, I didn't do that right. Okay.
No. Remember, there's a bandage there now. The doctor prevented you from bleeding out.
Seep.
Exactly.
Your mastery of automatopoeia is exquisite.
Oh my gods.
So, the floor is yours.
So, is it a thing where it's so I need to, sorry I have to keep asking for this, but I need to have the mental pieces in place here, right? How many, how many patients do I currently have that I need to give immediate attention to?
Well, Colonel Fisher has a wound, but he's not just sort of superficial. Like, he didn't even take an injury, right? No. He's got a small scratch. The Jacobite revolutionary is not dead yet, but quasi close to it.
Okay.
Major Holmes is now coughing, and, seems to be mostly with it as they had attempted to, suffocate him. The gentleman who was stabbed in the leg, well, he's gone. And you have Lieutenant Valentine, who's your most pressing case, and the still unconscious Captain Montgomery Lowe.
Okay.
I believe Simon's character was also injured.
But they're still outside.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, Cleveland Griffiths and the Major de Laurent. Actually, technically, the title for the French major is Chef de Bataillon de Laurent. Are still outside and have not yet come in. We're going to focus in here first and we'll come back. So right now in this tent are conscious and aware Captain Pomeroy, Captain Bisley, Colonel Fisher, and Dr. Spaulding. unconscious, wounded and nominally functional Major Holmes and yet unnamed revolutionary Jacobite. Unconscious and no clue how their current status is, Captain Lowe and Lieutenant Valentine.
Okay. There were pieces there that drifted away at the last moment, but that's okay. So I do have. So it sounds like I have to. I need to give immediate attention. It seems like to the Jacobite who is still alive, and possibly to Valentine. And so the question was going to be if there was going to be like a span of 30 seconds during which I could break away and write like a 3-word note.
A 3-word note? Yes, you could probably get away with that. I mean, more than that, you've got, well.
It's a 3-word note with a little symbol next to it, basically.
Okay.
And I'm actually going to say it this time because I feel going to be brief enough, and I haven't had time to make another word file. But the 3 words are T is canceled. And the symbol is a little cross, which is in this case it's actually it's not like it's of the non-religious variety, more of the medical variety, to indicate the nature of the activity that is happening is a reason why it is canceled.
Wait a minute. That sounds like at first I thought that you were writing that note, to me.
Oh, I'm not.
And now I realize that you're not. And I'm wondering how like this love affair between, or perhaps love affair, between the good doctor and Cleveland Griffith's sisters is going to happen if you don't, maybe.
It's a great question. It's a great question. I feel as though we'll have the opportunity to answer it perhaps soon. But no, quickly write, quickly draw the cross, stick it in an envelope. And it's an innocuous enough note. I don't think I even need to freaking seal the thing. But I'm going to grab a runner and have them put it in the same place that I usually have missives of this kind go.
Easily done.
Yeah. The other portion as to actually addressing Mrs. Quibble is going to be a thing dependent that I'm going to have somebody help me out with in person, depending on who's around. And that's its own deal. But that said,
might I make a suggestion that since Bisley and Pomeroy are such good physicians, perhaps instead a better use of their time would be to run your regrets to Mrs. Quibble.
Okay. Yeah. So something I will actually do then is so as I'm getting ready to operate to try to I feel as though probably the one who's about to die sooner is probably the Jacobite, I'm guessing.
Well, no, I mean, like they just.
Where's Valentine?
It's Valentine who's the one who's at 0 hit.
Okay, well, yeah,
at 0 hit points. The Jacobite is unconscious because they chose to knock him unconscious.
Okay, gotcha. All right, sure. So I'm gonna ask quickly out of character. Alyssa, do we want Bisley to do it, or do we want Pomeroy to do it?
Well, I'll say this: Bisley's not going to be super helpful with anything you need medical done. Understood.
All right.
Apparently neither is Pomeroy. Apparently the reason why you two are best friends is because you're bad at medicine. That is what I've learned from the last session.
Childhood mates who do not know how to save lives.
This can go.
How dare you? How dare you?
And this, I mean, they could both go if they want, or however this goes. But I am suddenly cognizant of the fact that we may be shortly about to have 3 Aninos in here, which I'm delighted actually at the prospect of.
I'm
but
thrilled with the concept.
but at the same time, I understand I do not wish to put undue strain on anyone. So I'm going to turn to the Bisley Pomeroy cluster real quick, and basically wherever said people might be. But I will address this to
in front of the
Bisley.
man that we killed.
I'm sorry.
On the floor in front of the man that we
Yeah, sure.
failed to save, probably.
So I head over. Real quick. Bisley. First of all, are you all right?
Oh, it's I don't look too closely, but I don't think I did it right.
Understood. If need be, we shall talk later.
Uh-huh.
Yes, that is rather more. That is rather more blood than generally people wish to release. If they wish it to continue doing its job, unfortunately, that's not quite going to be sufficient to retain inside. That's all right. We've got a spare. Now,
Good to know.
The thing I merely need to ask is there's a matter of some slight. I had made of actually slightly more importance than it may sound. I had made an assignment to whereupon I was going to meet in fact Mrs. Quibble for tea today.
Oh.
And
Doctor. No. Sorry. Brain is in a lot of different locations. I'm just
Would you be so kind as to extend my regrets, as we have, it seems, rather a number of injuries that suddenly need to be taken care of quite quickly. But if you would see what she does in reaction, and to whom she perhaps goes afterward, if you could, I should very much appreciate it, as I'm rather not certain how tied into all of the rest of this business she may or may not be.
Oh, yeah, all right.
Incidentally, also, as I fear you've not been present for the briefing, and just very quick, I don't know how many people can hear us here, but I think it doesn't really matter so much right this moment.
We're in close company.
I am unfortunately, Captain, I regret to inform you, your wife is evidently a Jacobite.
Well, that's just yet another on her list.
I understand this will take some time to absorb, but
nope,
unfortunately, I haven't it at the moment.
Pomeroy just goes, I knew it. All this time, truly.
That's what you
had
knew.
a feeling.
You didn't put that in the notebook.
And I will turn and I will we'll go to work on Valentine.
Oh, Pomeroy, did you know? You didn't know that, did you?
Oh no. My knowledge extends to gossip, not so much political revolutions and the like.
Great. All right. Well, off we go then.
Yes. I do want to point out that this means we do have the authority to shoot her.
Oh, it does. Oh, that's. Yeah. It's just gonna pat.
Well, walk a talk. I'll load up a pistol for us.
Oh yeah. Same. All right. Keep an eye out and shoot on sight. Why am I so? This should not be delightful. And yet, I find myself with a spring in my step.
So we're going to pan the well, first we're going to have the camera kind of quasi-follow, that zoom as the, two captains walk out of the tent, and then pan to the side, and we pan to, first we're going to observe, Major Dr. Fletcher Spaulding, to see go ahead and roll me that treat wound.
Okay. Let me find my,
And because he's nearest death's door, you need to beat a 15.
Need to beat a 15?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then each degree of success over 15 is a hit point that Trooper recovers.
Okay. I believe that last time I had one bonus die left.
You now,
I think.
because of our charming donation,
Oh.
there are two, Trooper and Anino and Jim all have 2 bonus dice.
Oh, okay.
Alyssa has 5, and I have 4.
Cool.
I'm muted so you couldn't hear the exclamation of concern that happened, but it happened. Just remuting.
I'd like to use one of those bonus dice then
right.
in this, and this is treat injury again.
Treat injury.
Okay.
Because ailment is sickness, and this is a big gaping wound in his,
Okay.
collarbone.
And I know I had 24 on the previous treat injury, but that was to just keep him from dying right then and there, right? I assume?
Exactly.
Okay, gotcha. Here we
This
go.
is-
Treat injury. Sorry, go ahead.
This is to start healing him versus the, preventing him dying.
Gotcha. All right. And heal.
Ooh, 21. It's 2 degrees of success. So Trooper recovers 2 HP. You are not dead yet. You are, however, still will recover overnight. If overnight you will recover from your injuries. Your wounds take a week to heal.
I have neither injuries nor wounds
Okay.
because I just took it all as hit points. Just took it all, just right in the body with stabbing. Just in there.
I would like to point out there are ways to avoid dying if one considers such things, but all right. But we're going to pan the camera away from this surgery as what is Colonel Fisher doing? Anino's muted.
Sorry. Colonel Fisher is examining his wound and then taking stock of the bodies. And, I find this whole matter mildly disconcerting. Do you have a handle on things here, Doctor?
He's sort of looking around. If we could find Dr. Graham, I could use an extra set of hands. I don't know where the other doctors have got to.
Well, I suppose we should put a call out for them. And, you see, for some reason, Colonel Fisher's not really in a hurry. He's sort of just casually cleaning his sword, thinking about how many men he should bring with him to also bring out their swords and go on a bit of a stabbing party for possible traitors. Well, I'm sure someone will be around shortly to assist you. I'll give an order. That's kind of what I do. And,
Always nice to extend one's abilities from time to time. I should guess. I appreciate it, Colonel. Thank you.
Oh, quite. Well, I can't dismiss you, so I'm just going to go. And so Colonel Fisher is going to walk out of the tent. He's going to start rallying a posse together. Is that what they call them now? Or who's to say?
A squadron? I mean...
I guess. Yeah, so he's just going to gather a few troops and let's look for Atkins.
So, we come out, we're going to follow, the camera is going to follow Colonel Fisher as he walks out. Captains Pomeroy and Bisley had walked out before, and we now see the image on the field. A bleeding Major de Laurent in the arms of Sergeant Griffiths, being half carried, half escorted into the medical tent. The two captains had been stopped by Major de Laurent to say, well, Major de Laurent had informed Sergeant Griffiths of who stabbed Major de Laurent. Well, and the last image we had was of the trailing Spanish lace shawl as into the woods. So, Sergeant Griffiths, when you see the two captains emerge from the medical tent, what were you going to do?
I believe that Cleveland Griffiths is probably trying to drag Laura to get medical attention inside the tent. And the two captains will see him doing so while also dragging a sizable axe. The one that he used to try to murder Bisley's wife with, but failed.
Yep, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So, Captain Bisley, this is what you see.
Oh my god, Griffiths, you want help? What? Nice axe. What happened here?
Your wife stabbed Laurent.
Oh, geez, she is everybody's favorite person today. I'd like to help him take Laurent inside.
For the purposes of this, Major Laurent is wounded, but unconscious.
Bugger this. Alright. Don't drag him inside with
Will you be
Griffiths.
making that medical roll, Captain Bisley?
No, I will not! No, I will not! I'm gonna leave it to the... Much like in real life, I'm leaving it to the adults.
Doctor, your peaceful surgery over Lieutenant Valentine is interrupted by the reappearance of Captain Bisley, along with Sergeant Griffiths and a bleeding, dashing Frenchman.
I promise I'm going to do what you asked me to in a second, Doctor. This was outside. Apparently, he got stabbed by my wife. So...
It makes a strange sort of sense.
Yeah. I
Right,
liked him too.
Put him over there next to Hadley. I shall head over there momentarily.
Wonderful. Great. Awesome. Griffiths, you can handle it from here, right? If I go do what I was gonna...
Where were you going to go?
Well, I had to go make the doctor's regrets to, your sister, of all people.
Oh, my sister.
Yeah.
You know,
Speaking of battle
if your
axes,
wife happens to be involved in this illicit trade and betrayals, I'm wondering if my sister is the same. Because if she is also involved, then, well, Pomeroy, we're entitled to shoot her, right? Well, yes, actually. We are.
Yeah, no, Pomeroy mentioned that. I'm very much looking forward to exercising that right on my wife.
You know what? Laura seems to be in good hands. don't worry. We'll call for other doctors if we see them on our way. Let's go have a chat with my sister.
Oh, all right. Yeah.
Yes, I fear that was rather the question I was hoping to ascertain some answer to through the assassination today. But it appears that others have leaped in front of her in the queue.
Yes. Well,
I say, gesturing to the patients.
Yeah.
I suppose it's time to cut through all the veils and sink to the real truth of things. That Griffith says as he hefts his axe.
Oh, yeah. All right. It's all right with me. Yeah.
So, Griffiths, Bisley, and Pomeroy are off to hunt down whom?
One Mrs. Quibble.
Yes.
Where? And it's in the afternoon at this point. Say 3 o'clock-ish. Priscilla Quibble could usually be found taking afternoon tea with her husband, but she was not planning to do such today because she had plans for 4 o'clock with the doctor. So I perceive that it's possible that Priscilla Quibble is in the nearby area preparing to attend said tea with the doctor.
Indeed, I think that is true. And I also think that she's probably, well, I suppose that one of the questions is her husband actually in the supply, the quartermasters at this point in time, or is he not? So that's sort of the question I would ask. Because
Not at the
sometimes
moment,
not.
actually. If you had been looking for him, he is currently nowhere to be found.
Well, no, I just would have popped in, but the thing, of course, is he's often just not there. So sometimes I am there instead, just, waiting, having tea, doing nothing suspicious in any way, just, having sort of a lovely time. So I'm probably sort of on my way out of the quartermasters. Is probably what I'm doing.
So you look up as you are leaving the quartermasters, having left a very pleasant picnic hamper for your charming husband, whom you love dearly, of course.
Indeed, I do. Everyone knows it.
Everyone does. And you look up to see your brother, Captains Pomeroy and Captain Bisley. And your brother appears to be holding an axe. And Captains Bisley and Pomeroy are, well, you wouldn't wish to deal with them in public. They are rather distressingly covered in blood at the moment.
Well,
It doesn't look
has
like
nothing to
theirs.
do with me. Well, nothing to do with me. So I'm going to just continue moving towards the medical tent because I'm going to be discussing all sorts of fascinating things with someone, and none of this is any of my business. So I'm going to just sort of just basically not paying attention to them, just sort of twiddle my fingers at my brother as I start moving. I'll say it is very clear that she is not running away, but she is just not really paying attention to you all. More like, oh, blood, and she's clearly got other things that she's very excited about. Just things going on. That's all.
I think it's at that point that Pomeroy is going to slide out a little further and perhaps block Mrs. Quibble's way.
Oh, Captain, how are you? If you'll excuse me, I have an appointment.
Yeah,
Actually,
about
yeah.
that.
Yeah, you don't have an appointment. The doctor had actually sent us to send his regards. There happens to be a very unusual rash of stabbings and shootings within the past 20 minutes or so. And
is everyone all right?
No, not at all.
No, not. Usually, when one is stabbed, they're not all right.
Well, it depends on where they're stabbed, I imagine. Is that what this is all about? Indicating the blood all over you?
No, this is from dinner.
Oh.
No, of course it's from the stabbings, man.
Oh. Well, I see. Well, what happened then? And then all of a sudden, there's a pause, and the little twinkle gets in her eye. Yes, what happened? So, who was stabbed? Where were they stabbed? How many people were stabbed? And you said there were shootings. Was there was it Frenchmen? Did Frenchmen infiltrate maybe a group of them? And then they snuck in and and by the way, she's not actually paying attention to her brother at all. She's just talking to the captains. Was there some sort of dashing rescue by dashing people? I'm sorry. Nothing was broken, was it? Supplies.
Mrs. Quibble, do you find yourself often a dreamer? Because everybody accuses me of being a dreamer, and that has to be the most daft list of just made-up dreamery. Like, what? No. You got, none of that.
Of course I'm not a dreamer. What is that? Although I actually have heard people talk about you being a dreamer, though, Captain.
Oh, yeah. Well, we're not here to talk about that. We're here to say, regards on your appointment with the doctor. Sorry. You'll have to get your gossips elsewhere.
First off, I never gossip. I just happen to know things.
All right. Well, do you know where my wife is? Or what she would be up to? Perhaps?
Ooh. Captain. Oh, dear. And I just sort of, pat your shoulder?
No.
Pomeroy is just going to say. Pomeroy goes, really, Mrs. Quibble, be real. Everybody knows.
Yeah, we all know. That's not what I'm asking about. I'm asking about
so you know now, because you didn't, and I didn't want to break it to you when everyone else knew, but then you didn't know. It was sort of awkward for me. It was like, oh my. I mean, he's asking where his wife is, but, I mean...
Mrs. Quibble, I meant specifically her other activities, not the sort of, general Sodom and Gomorrah nonsense she gets up to.
Oh, well, there's some. How do I put this? I don't know if it's really not.
Why don't you just put it plainly? We'll skip the fun bit and put it plainly.
Well, she's somewhat mean. She's a little bit of a coterie of wives, and they're sometimes mean. So I would say, besides recreational time with friends who are not you, sometimes she gathers in a little bit of a gaggle and is mean to people.
Like yourself?
People, just people. I mean, there's no reason why anyone would be mean to me. She just sort of looks at her brother for a moment. Because I'm perfectly charming. But sometimes, some people are just a little judgmental and rude.
Just a quick question. Griffiths is actually now paying more closer attention to his sister's attire. Is she perhaps wearing some sort of brooch or piece of jewelry that might match the one that he saw Mrs. Bisley wielding?
You can go ahead and roll me that awareness notice. No, she's not wearing anything that you have not seen her wear before. Although...
How closely do you pay attention to your sister, really?
And particularly her fashion choices. Like, she looks very, I guess, put together, but no, nothing that seems to be involve any thistles or white roses or clamshells.
Well, dear sister, I see you've come from your husband's office. How are the books looking today?
Well, I wouldn't know. That's not a thing for ladies to pay attention to, brother.
Is it? Isn't it?
No, that would be quite scandalous and inappropriate. Speaking of scandalous and inappropriate, my very dearest brother, I assume that you have heard the terrible news.
Yes, I did. Third hand. Yeah, real shame.
Well, we should do something, of course, because... Well, and you'll... Well... gentlemen, turn your backs. Turn your backs. Brother?
We can still hear you. Pomeroy says as he turns
Stop
around.
listening.
I'm gonna elbow Pomeroy and be like, "What are you talking about? Just if you turn around, she doesn't know that we're listening. It's what we used to do to my older brother when he would have girls over."
Well, brother, it's about time that you grow up and stop being so irresponsible. Now that this has happened, this tragedy to our family, you have responsibilities, and you can't just shirk them running around pretending to be poor or whatever it is that you do, whatever that is. You're just going to have to go and, well, step up now. Because as it is, you are going to be inheriting everything, apparently. And so you have responsibilities. And our parents will not tell you in the way that I would. They would just tell you in some, I don't know, they always indulge you too much. So I will tell you, as your sister, older sister, as a matter of fact, that you just need to be on top of things. And you have to just stop being you. Be who you can be, and not this, well, stop being scared. Stop being some sort of frightened child who doesn't, it is not becoming for you to run away from your responsibilities as if it was fine when you were not the oldest brother, but you now are. Because of tragedy, you can't just stand about and do all this. It's time for you to, well, get married, have children, run the estates. It's very disappointing. It's very frustrating, as a matter of fact. And mother and father will be just so overjoyed when you show back up and just, whatever you're going to do there. Well.
Cleveland just merely stands about in the same manner that his sister does not want him to be standing about.
Slouch so.
Not only is he slouching, but he's also got his axe haphazardly hanging across the back of his shoulders. But, yeah, I mean...
You would think that you were born
I suppose I could do... I suppose I could do what your... Horatio, is that... Yeah, I suppose I can do what dear Horatio does and find some overly ambitious woman to be his wife and do all the bookkeeping.
You should probably stop speaking right about now, don't you think?
I mean, wouldn't it be crazy if someone were to have looked over the books and realized that the penmanship was awfully familiar?
Gentlemen, if you don't mind, we're going to go into my husband's quartermaster tent, my brother and I, and have a bit of a family business about the death in our family. You don't need to come, brother.
Ooh.
Oh, so sorry.
I don't know. I feel. I mean, I consider. I feel like when I see Pomeroy, I feel like I'm looking at myself in a mirror, and
hit my
Bisley
for intrigue.
And Bisley, well, he's like a brother to me now.
I would like to point out that is Lieutenant Valentine's initiative for intrigue.
Great, because I was like, she's better. Well, whatever, it's fine.
But I will take re-roll it, but I will take whichever one is higher.
Oh my goodness, what happened there?
I'll take the 15. I will say right now, Cleveland, you have a bonus dice from the scene because the scene is the two captains and Cleveland confronting Priscilla. We'll take the 15.
Doesn't really mean much for him.
But it means that you have the bonus dice. Yeah, you have the same roll, so we'll go with the higher of the two.
That's pretty amazing because Lieutenant.
Did you not roll breeding?
I did not.
Oh, you just rolled initiative under intrigue.
I did.
Is the status breeding different?
Oh, no, it's the same.
Okay, then it should work. Because sometimes it doesn't. It's to the character sheet in Roll20, and so I always double check. We'll take the 15. I need an intrigue status breeding check, which is an intrigue initiative check from Bisley, Pomeroy, and Griffiths.
Oh boy, I don't think I've ever had to be in an intrigue because I think I weaseled my way out of the last one.
Oh, I need to write down my disposition towards all of you all?
Yes. Priscilla Quibble has quite a few people to determine the disposition to.
Sadly, the doctor's not here because her disposition towards him is different.
And we just need Pomeroy's. Ooh, Pomeroy. So right now, it'll be Priscilla, Pomeroy, Bisley, Griffiths, which is a descending order of rank, except for, you know. There we go. You determine your disposition to each other. Well, realistically, in this case, it's the two captains and Griffiths versus Priscilla. So you determine your disposition and what you would like to get. Is there anything, like, you can... One of the things you can also do is you can make statements about the setting of the scene. Thank you. Welcome in. And how the scene is set up that might affect what you're doing, that could give you a positive or negative. So right now, this was outside near the quartermaster's tent, on the way towards the doctor's tent, but in public. So right now, there's a bonus dice that anyone... It's a scene bonus dice that either the two captains or Cleveland could use for this scene because of the fact that the three men are confronting Priscilla jointly in public. I don't think that is there anything that Priscilla would like to state about the scene itself, the environment, that might help her?
Yes, I think that being seen to be browbeating a lady in public is not particularly very gentlemanly. So I think that that might hamper their approaches a little bit, right? I think that they have. I think that it would. I mean, they can do whatever they want, but I think it would not be particularly good to be, especially rough to a lady.
So I will say that yes, you may have a bonus dice for that. You may use at any point during this scene. Priscilla.
Were we inside, that would be different. But we are.
But in public,
outside.
you are currently in public, and yes, you do have to consider decorum and appropriate behaviors. So yes, I will say that it is time that Priscilla gets to go first. You also, ladies and gentlemen, have in your handouts the quick start guide with all of the actions that you can take, and certain actions are are straightforward, and some are more complicated. The more complicated actions can, set up certain actions in the future, or, but right now you are focused on what? The floor is yours, Priscilla.
What I would like to do is convince, I assume this is a convince, or yes, it's tricky because that's tricky because what I want is to convince him to come into the tent with me, just us, so that we can have a conversation outside with only the family present, so that we can have a different conversation. So, like, for sort of phase one, what I want to do is
okay. So, are you
trying
to fast talk, or are you trying to influence? Convince is a type of influence.
Right, I see.
And fast talk is an action that will remove the target's cunning from the intrigue defense. But in this case, you probably...
I think it'll be an influence as our first volley, because because at this point I think that this is just basically like, it seems very, what's the word, obvious that this is the appropriate thing to do. I don't think I need to bring out the big guns, because anyone who has a sense would want to have this sort of conversation amongst oneself, rather than doing whatever sort of thing. And so I don't think this will be, I don't think that Priscilla thinks will be a difficult thing. You just have to explain this is a very simple thing to do, and then he will go along unless he proves himself to be a problem. So we're going to start friendly, as it were, with an influence test. Brother, dearest brother, whom I respect more than anything, this is a family discussion, and I would greatly appreciate it, as I'm sure would our entire family, one that you are now currently going to be inheriting. We might have this discussion about our family inside this tent, amongst ourselves. And these two gentlemen, lovely officers as they are, would be welcome, of course, to be outside. If whatever business you have going on, I won't keep you from it too long. But at this, I think, if you could spare a few moments for your dear sister, could be done a bit better inside.
I just don't really see how it's in my best interest to do something like that. As I mentioned, Pomeroy is like my very own twin, and Bisley and I have been bonding so well over the past few days, given that my life has been in danger, in fact.
Yes. Well, Pomeroy and Bisley, lovely captains all, I'm certain, do not come home to dinner with us at our estate. And you know very well what I'm talking about. Stop being so silly. You always do this. You're always so very.
But you see, the thing is that the reason why they don't come home to the estate for dinner is because I'm not going to be there. If I'm not there, then they don't really need to be there. They're having dinner with me elsewhere.
Come now. Stop being so silly. You're not 13 anymore. Let's go.
Go ahead and roll me. Now here's the question: are you lying in any way, shape, or form?
I am not. This
Then
is persuasion rather than deception.
Persuasion rather than deception.
This is convince, so that's...
Convince or charm. Well, probably convince. You weren't being very charming.
No, I'm not being very charming because he's doing that thing he always does. It's so frustrating. So that'll be convince.
And you have a bonus dice from the scene and 2 bonus dice in your frame.
I'll just take 1 bonus die. There was a lot of that. Did I do that?
It rolled it twice. We'll take the 20, which is the one that rolled first. So, Cleveland Griffiths, what per se is your intrigue defense?
Is that my composure?
No, it's above your composure.
That would be an 8.
So that is...
8.
By 3?
13, 18. Yes. 3 degrees of success, and you multiply. Convince is your will rank.
Mm-hmm.
So times
15.
3, huh?
That'll be a 15.
Oof. That is 15 composure damage to Cleveland, minus the DR. So how you feel towards your sister can soak some of that damage. But there is also the small problem of, oh wait, that's a crit, because she rolled 6.
Oh.
Just small, and it's more than double your intrigue defense. So your is a solid hit. You increase the base influence of your technique for this exchange by 2. So instead of being, what's your will rank?
5.
So instead of being 5, it's 7. So that's times 3 is 21. 21 points of damage.
And she has, and I will say this about her: she interacts with him all the time, and there's always a thing.
No, sorry, you don't add it to the rank. You just add the core. So it's just a straight +2 to 5. 5 times 3 is 15. +2 is 17. Not.
So you get a +2.
Yeah, you basically get a +2.
6 is 1 6, right? The increase the base influence of your technique.
Yeah, by +2 instead of by rank. It's not by rank. It's just your base influence.
That there's a bit of a different character to her at this moment, right? There's a lot of you bicker all the time, but there's a bit of a seriousness about her at this moment as you start talking the way you're talking in front of these gentlemen. And so that she's got a very serious tone about her as she sort of hands you 17 composure damage. It's just a little bit more pointed than she normally is with you. She's normally a bit more dismissive of you, and now she's a little bit more pointed of you.
All right. Well, I mean, 17 is greater than my entire composure total. So what do I do now?
You can, for composure, what you can do is you can take your choice. You can take frustration. Each point of frustration can lessen the amount of composure damage, but you take a minus 1d to every why can't that open? Roll 20. It's a minus 1d to every action going forward for each point of composure damage you can take, but frustration you can take, but there's a limit to the number of frustration. And your frustration is soaked by your will rank.
All right, Cleveland's just gonna eye roll, and he's going to go up to the tent, and then he's going to use the axe to cut open the entire front flap before walking in.
Makes a statement.
Mm-hmm. Is that an intimidate action?
Are you taking that action, sir?
Sure, why not?
So, for some reason I can't open it. Intimidation is persuasion, intimidate.
Yes.
Go ahead and you can roll that against her if you wish. Cleveland.
13.
What is your intrigue defense, madam?
My intrigue defense is 11.
So that's 1 degree of success. What is your intimidate is your persuasion rank, I believe?
It says intimidate is will.
Will. So what is your will rank? Cleveland.
5.
So there's five composure damage minus your disposition to your charming sister Priscilla. As the two of them proceed into this tent that Cleveland kind of negligently just slashes the flap off of the door with this axe that he's been carrying around, because obviously this is a statement. Captain Bisley and Captain Pomeroy, is there anything you'd like to do when you watch these two obviously leave you two alone?
Well,
Pomeroy is just gonna say, I feel like the treatment of the tent flap was an invitation to stay until things are resolved.
Yeah, I'm just gonna stay so I can hear, but not so that I'm seen. Much like my childhood, seen, no, but hearing everything. Yeah, just off to the side.
So worried about Bisley.
So the two captains are going to be removed from this ongoing intrigue, but they're kind of there at the moment.
Do I need an awareness roll to know if they're lurking?
You would... but I'm not there yet because I need to ask them to roll stealth first.
Oh.
And then you can ask the awareness roll, but I need to know how not stealthy the two captains are. I would like to remind both Anino and Alyssa, you do have bonus dice. Alyssa, you have 5 bonus dice.
I do, but I would like to save a few of those for the eventual murder of my wife. But I will spend one now.
Right. So you're going to spend 1. Pomeroy... So just as the two captains are joined in their failure of the healing arts, they're also joined in their failure of being sneaky. And because
Does this go against my passive awareness?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, they're utter failures against your passive awareness. It's fine.
It's the boots. They're not quiet.
And as I'm sort of inside this tent, I just say, gentlemen, I know there's officers you are indeed gentlemen. Lurking about is not gentlemanly behavior.
Just a routine tent inspection. No big deal. It's just a routine tent inspection.
I have no problem waiting until you step further off of this conversation, but I assume that you three have some sort of business, and that was why you were wandering about. If you might give me some time with my brother, we won't take too long. And then you can.
I mean, I'm just going to tell them anyway what we talked
we'll see
about here
about
afterwards.
that, won't we?
I don't see you carrying an axe.
Yes, you don't. How would that look, wouldn't it?
I mean, you can barely lift the pen that you use to forge the books, but, you know.
Gentlemen, I assume you're going to be leaving shortly?
Already on it.
So over
Brother.
to Captain Sneakoff.
Your behavior is becoming increasingly erratic and inappropriate. What is this with this axe? What is going on here? Are you drinking? What is happening with you? You're falling apart. This is very distressing.
This farrier axe that this farrier is carrying, because he was going about his business.
Oh, but I feel like damaging regimental property in this sort of slightly threatening way is not what your job is it?
Well, I mean, the tent flap was in my way and I didn't quite like it, so.
I'm going to give us a moment before we continue in this way that we're doing. I'm going to give you a chance. Cleveland, your behavior is unacceptable. And I'm very concerned about you. You're becoming more hostile as time goes on. You're becoming more reckless, more worrisome. I'm very worried about you. I mean, we can do this thing that we do all the time. We bicker and we go back and forth, and I can try to convince you to give me what you want, what I want, and vice versa. But your behavior is no longer just impacting just you. Also, you're threatening me. Do not think I do not see it. I see exactly what you're doing, and this is something I never thought I'd see from you. You're threatening me with bodily harm. What sort of man have you become? This is...
Did I threaten you with bodily harm? I don't really recall that.
You know,
I just merely pointed out that as far as our physicalities go, that...
This is the threat yet again. Veiled. I know veils very well. As a matter of fact, as a lady, I know veils better than you do. So, listen, this is... before we begin again and this sort of a thing, I just would like to ask you to really think about if this is how you want to do this. If you want to run about threatening your sister, your blood, with physical harm. First off, this is not what one does with family. First off, that's the first thing I have to tell you. Secondly, even if you did not care about me as family, running about threatening me in front of your officers, this is bad for your career. This is bad for you in general. What is wrong with you? Cleveland, what is wrong with you? Your behavior is shameful. And it is not just affecting the family right now. You're embarrassing everyone, and you're putting your own career at risk. This career, whatever it is, this sort of wanting to be a lumberjack sort of thing that you're doing in some sort of embarrassing way. But even that you're putting at risk with this sort of behavior. What is that? What are you doing? What is wrong with you? What is going on? Speak. Why are you not talking? It's really, I cannot believe you're not answering me now. No, go ahead. What is going on? Anytime. Yes, please.
You see, I find myself in a sort of win-win situation right now because I have two options. I can inherit the estate and then wield that like a proven cudgel to keep you at bay, or I can continue on continue on with my way of enjoying life.
Your way of enjoying life is self-indulgent.
It's so great. So I could keep doing that, and then if the family decides to disinherit me, I can go about my business and continue along with fair bit of independence.
Do you remember? You probably don't. If you did, I don't know what you'd be doing here right now. We all have duties. We all have things we must do that sometimes we do not wish to do. It is the way of life. It is especially the way of life when one has breeding and station. And noblesse oblige, as it were. We are not free as the peasants are to do whatever it is we want to do, and whatever however we want to do it. There's responsibility that comes with education, with breeding. There's responsibility, and you have been irresponsible. You are not some uneducated, rough-handed... This isn't who you are. Anyone can do what you do with some training, but not anyone can be who you are through breeding. You have a responsibility, and you are wasting that responsibility. You have authority that not everyone gets to have, dearest brother. By all sorts of reasons you get to have that, and others don't. And you're throwing it away and wasting it is an insult. It is... I would use the word scandalous, but it's not even scandalous. It is... Well... It is disappointing. I am disappointed in you. I am disappointed in you, Cleveland. And that is going to be an attack.
Roll for Jewish mother shaming.
I know, but it's not on here. I'm not
Guilt
quite
trip.
certain. I know I'm looking for the guilt trip action, and I am not seeing it.
I feel like that's a convince.
Yeah, we'll go with convince.
We'll go with convince.
Sure. Since, guilt trip is not there, scandalously and distressingly.
Is it? Would it arguably be a taunt because you're taunting him with your guilt?
I think taunt does something different mechanically.
It does. I just like the words in my head.
12.
It's like, I guess it's a taunt.
I'll go with a 12. And you have an 8, so that's 1 degree of success. So that'll be a 5.
5 influence damage to your composure, sir. Now.
But I'm sure his disposition towards Priscilla is not very good. So it's probably it might not even be any at all.
You can change your... So, Cleveland, how do you respond to your sister attempting to guilt trip the fuck out of you?
Cleveland is going to look very contrite, and he's just going to lower his axe and let it just slip to the ground a bit. And then he is going to raise his hand and clap on his sister's shoulder and say, you seem to have this idea that I share the same values as you do. And I value this whole idea of authority and my upbringing making me automatically better than certain others. And it's all just really chance, and I don't feel like chance is any sort of real measure of a person's merit. So I would say that I'm sorry that you feel like this is such an insult to you, but that would be very insincere if I offered it that way. Toodles. And Griffiths is going to step out of the tent flap.
That seems like a quit action. Yes.
Withdraw or yield. That's what that sounds like.
Leave the intrigue with repercussions chosen by the narrator.
Yes. So this is what's going to happen. As you leave, you turn to kind of like wave Toodles to your sister, and she has that single tear going down the side of her face, very apropos, standing then there in the frame of this tent that you have cut down in its prime. Poor tent. And you notice something about this image as you're staring. That's a very fine lace shawl that she's wearing. And as you continue to turn away, Captains Bisley and Pomeroy, and Cleveland, could you all roll me a awareness notice, please? Priscilla could roll it as well if she chooses to, depending on how emotionally distraught she is at her brother.
She outside, very stiff upper lip, one tear. And what is that tear coming from? It's unclear, because why would it?
All right, so she's not rolling?
No, she's not rolling. She has, she's contemplating.
So, Cleveland, as you are turned around, you're the one who notices Pomeroy and Bisley are distracted, trying to be stealthy and pretending that they weren't actually close enough. Although they weren't really quite close enough to hear, but they were kind of around the area. You take this moment to notice this stunning lace shawl around your sister's shoulders, this single tear, and you see something behind her. Just subtle. A flash. A spark. A flame. As the tent proceeds to a light behind your sister. Now, I have a question, Cleveland.
Might I say one thing before that happens? Mutter a thing that I think he would hear before, right, as he's saying Toodles and she just mutters this thing. And then she will just say, "You've never understood it's not about being better. It's about having responsibility." Like, it's like that little thing that she says.
Just a little bit digger. Cleveland, what are you going to do when you notice that the place that your sister is currently standing in is going up in a flash fire?
And she is distracted. She does not see it.
That's a good question. What does Cleveland want to do with this situation? Suppose he would glance over his shoulder and says, "Why, it's suddenly feeling very warm in here."
Are you going to do this again?
He's just going to point behind her.
Mrs. Griffiths, unfortunately, the hem of your skirt is on fire.
Oh, I have quite a lot of petticoats, you see.
Quite a bit.
Yes. And they're all quite, I imagine, quite flammable, is what I assume.
Well, I mean, muslin and lace.
Yes.
And linens.
Yeah, that's quite distressing. If you don't mind, I'm going to panic. And it's... I'm going to panic.
Permission to panic given.
Thank you. And it's 1809. We have not had stop, drop, and roll classes, so I don't actually think this. And also, women don't get a lot of really good abilities to do things in 1809. They don't, get to go outside a lot and do adventures. They don't get a lot of. They're somewhat constrained in the things they get to do. And so I don't think she's prepared to be on fire. And she's not been giving training on how to deal with being on fire. And she is now on fire. So she's going to sort of basically freak out. And I think she's a person who freezes. So I think she's going to freeze, right? Like, you've got fight or flight or freeze. I think she's going to freeze and just basically it's that kind of stillness that like, it's a kind of like, it's like there's like a shock of panic. And she just freezes in fear as she starts, Lopez, she doesn't cook. I'm so sorry. Lopez says she would have training about fire from cooking. She doesn't cook. I don't even know who you think she is. No, she's going to just freeze in this sort of like stricken in horror and panic, just not knowing what to do.
I think Griffiths is going to say, "Fire! Fire! Oh my gosh, it's fire!" And he's actually going to rush back in and attempt to lift Priscilla out of the tent. And he's going to look for a particularly wide area of mud.
The mud or the horse trough?
Why, thank you. The horse trough would be great.
I mean, the horse trough is easily available for the farrier.
Yeah,
I would like to spend a resolve token. Oh, I don't have any left. Oh,
You
so sad.
you do. You have one.
I have one? Oh, lovely.
Yes.
I would like to spend a resolve token, please. I would like my husband to see this.
Ooh. I will take that resolve token for you and, bank it over here. Your
I'd like to
charming
have
husband.
I'd like to have him see me being on fire and being carried with my brother, who I assume has picked up his axe again, because I doubt.
well, no, he can't pick up his axe if he's going to rush in and pick her up out of the flaming tent.
As charming and as lovely as Mrs. Quibble is, she is not necessarily the term petite is not for her.
Yes. What's that?
She's not rotund or excessive by any means, but petite is not.
It's true.
So, Cleveland, you pick up your sister, who is on fire. What happens next? Describe this.
So it's all the clothes are very heavy and layered, and also on fire. And Cleveland doesn't exactly want to catch on fire himself, so he's going to be he's going to be dragging her along. There'll be a trail as her heels probably dig into the ground, and he's hoping that brushing against the ground would cause the rest of the tresses to get put out. But it's clear that this didn't happen, so since having great urgency, instead of limp dragging her the final 6 or 7 feet, he's just going to heave her the final 6 or 7 feet into the trail.
I need a roll from Trooper. Well, I need 2 rolls. One, I need Cleveland Griffiths to roll me athletics brawling. I believe is the roll.
Brawling is under fighting, but I can do that.
It's under fighting. Yes, but you can use. So, I want you to roll athletics, but if you. Oh, excuse me. Throw. Athletics throw. There we go. I was like, I knew there was a specialty. You do have 2 bonus dice. And then I need from the good, charming Mrs. Quibble, I need a composure roll.
Of course.
That is willpower courage.
I used the bonus dice.
Cool. Composure is not. Willpower courage.
Willpower courage is a composure roll, yes.
Thank you. I have 2 bonus dice. I will spend 1. Leave me with 1. As I sort of just 18.
Okay, so this is what happens. As Cleveland bodily lifts his sister and tosses her slightly roughly into the horse trough by about 6 or 7 feet, just as if one was throwing a small child into a pool. We've all been there, people. It sucked. You never got thrown into the deep end of the pool by an older sibling / cousin? You are lucky, Anino.
I was admittedly the person that threw others into the pool.
There we go.
I knew it.
History repeats itself.
So, Cleveland lifts his sister and his heavy weight of all of these fabrics that are smoldering and on fire in various layers and all of these things, and I'm assuming the crinoline is probably catching as well, because all of that starch is going to go up slowly.
Oh, yeah.
Or not, as the case may be, and throws her into the horse trough, and as this moment of, Luckily, Mrs. Priscilla does not scream in panic, and she doesn't panic falling into the horse trough and, start screaming underwater where she would begin to drown. She is nominally aware that her brother is trying to save her life.
That's one way of interpreting it.
I said nominally.
Nominally, yes. That would be how I would interpret it. Because yes.
So, you are aware of what's going on enough to know what's going and not overly fight, so you don't begin to drown.
Yeah.
Captains Pomeroy and Bisley, you turn and see Cleveland throwing the fire spreading through this tent. The fire licking up the skirts of Mrs. Quibble. Cleveland throwing his sister into this horse trough. Mrs. Quibble falling into said horse trough and kind of momentarily emerging drenched. Her hair is, well, that wig didn't survive the horse trough, I'm sorry.
Oh, so her wig is off.
The wig is off. The slightly darker hair that she has underneath is observed. The layers of just skirts and crinolines and muck and everything that's in a horse trough are now soaking into her skin. And you see running towards Cleveland Lieutenant Quibble, who is about to deck his brother-in-law.
We should go help him.
Can I just no thoughts, head empty, tackle Quibble before he punches Griffiths?
Well,
I suppose that's a...
it's an initiative roll?
Yeah, initiative. What is initiative, by the way?
It is, athletics.
Okay, yeah, she's a 7. That's not what she does.
It's just straight athletics?
Yeah, well, it's initiative combat. If you go under your initiative combat, there's an initiative button.
I found it.
13. I'm just going to use this sheet because it's the one I have. Because I realized that I couldn't pull up his sheet, but it's the same rules for both Willoughby and Quibble, so there we go. Cleveland, Captain, you do get there just in time to see Quibble about to deck his brother-in-law.
Nope, bad idea. Nope, don't like that. Nope. So again, no thoughts, head empty. Stop this.
I need fighting brawling from you, sir.
Ooh, I need to bring up that
I'm actually
rule.
all right at that.
There's a rule that I need to bring up.
Alright.
And then what is your athletics?
The rank or the number?
Your passive.
16.
No, your rank. Sorry, your rank.
Oh, rank of 4.
Rank of 4 minus 2, so 2 damage. Minus 1. 3 damage. All right. You shove him out of the way. And he stays up. He doesn't get knocked to the ground. He does manage to stay upright. And he is distracted, but he is now focused on the fact that the quartermaster's tent is on fire.
I think it's at that point where Pomeroy comes in and decks Quibble.
Ooh, fun!
In for a penny.
Yeah, I was just trying to get him to not hit Griffiths because, there's bigger problems, as you can see by the flaming tent. You're trying to save your wife.
As
Quibble.
you deck Quibble, who, go ahead and roll that fighting brawling, please. Captain Pomeroy. That's 2 degrees of success. So what is your athletics rank?
3.
3 times 2 is 6. Yeah, you tap him like he's got a glass jaw. And with 2 6s, it's a crit. And he goes down in the mud in a single moment. As the flames...
Is it Smygo, yes?
Yes, it is.
She's going to go and try to pull the tent down to save it. Because this matters. To her.
Go ahead and roll
Her
me.
husband's down, whatever. That's fine. But she she wants to try to save this quartermaster's tent with all of the with everything that belongs to this regiment in it, and she's going to try to see if she can pull the tent down, and hopefully that will
Athletic strength, please.
It's not what she's good at, but she's going to try. She rushes, gets out of the trough, and she rushes over there, and she's just going to try to tug at this tent. Athletics doesn't really matter. So we'll go athletic strength, and I have 1 bonus dice left, and I'm going to use it. That's it, to try to save this regiment's stuff. A 10.
On a 10, you pull, but it is heavy, and it is a big, heavy. It's like a mash surgery tent. This isn't a small little.
And she's in a little bit of trauma right now, if you don't mind.
And there's fire.
Yeah, there's fire. It's been like she was on fire. Her brother threatened to murder her in that way that people do when they don't say things out loud, but you know what they mean. But she's like kind of like, this is a thing I can do, and she's kind of just standing there.
You're standing there pulling on it.
Yeah.
Your husband is down in the mud.
Yeah.
This leaves as these things happen. We pan the camera back to the surgery tent, where the smell of smoke has started to spread across the camp. The sounds of screams of fire are persistent. And Doctor, just as you turn to respond to, I'm assuming, a slight concern of fire, because, you want to make sure that you're not on fire.
Well, it's a little bit, yeah. It's sort of like, it's just sort of looking up and say, now, whose tent has had the bad taste to burst into flames now?
You turn to look, and a figure staggers in to your surgery from the back tent flap.
From the Scandal Alcove?
Indeed.
Ooh. Scandal.
We'll turn.
And we'll find out exactly who that is when we come back from our break. We'll be back in about 7-8 minutes all. Refresh yourselves, get yourselves some new beverages, get yourselves... Find out what scandalous things are going on. There's fires, there's assassinations, there's bleeding. Oh, so much drama.
There's horse trough dunking?
Obviously. But we shall see you in the near future. Hello and welcome back, everyone. I hope you are refreshed. You have, Hello. What the heck is going on? Zoom, stop. There we go. Sorry about that, y'all. Things were being weird. I fixed it, though. We hope you are refreshed. We hope you have, your beverages of choice. We hope you are prepared for, you know, anything that might happen. But I don't know, is anyone prepared for anything that happens in the series? Perhaps not. But last we left off in the doctor's tent. We're going to wind the clock backwards a little bit. Just shortly after Cleveland and the two captains left to aggressively discuss things with Priscilla. And we have left in the doctor's tent the two unconscious, still, you know, they've got a couple goose eggs on their heads, guards who had been overwhelmed by these Jacobites. The recovering Major Gaylord Holmes, and the doctor, and Anushka, who is Valentine, who is holding her husband's hand. I don't know. What is the Anushka doing?
Most likely doing whatever little aid type things that the doctor will allow her to do that is within her reasonable, mostly supporting hands, probably.
Yeah. Actually, probably the there are two people in during the whole. One thing the doctor does like to do while he's performing surgery on people or doing it, he'll just talk to anyone who wants to listen, basically. So one thing he does at some point want to talk to Holmes because we've been wanting to find out more from him for several episodes now. But he does also want to talk to Anushka a bit about things that are not terribly serious, but if that's possible. I don't know if that's possible right now or not. Yeah.
I mean, anything to keep the man that is trying to keep her husband alive.
Sure.
She will be very supportive of allowing these things.
So I imagine there's this brief point during the. I'm just going to talk if it happens. There's this point during while he's working on Valentine, before he moves on to. I mean, he's gonna when there's a pause, he's gonna check on De Laurent and all that, and make sure he's not immediately about to die type deal, sort of thing, and he'll put him in the queue wherever he goes in the queue as to he's going worst to least worst, and then if need be he'll go triage, but we'll see what happens.
Worst to least worst would be Lieutenant Valentine, Major De Laurent, Jacobite, Major Holmes, unconscious Captain Lowe. Okay,
gotcha. All right. So during the Valentine portion of that queue, he's going to because Anushka will be right there. He's like, by any chance, I was just wondering, rather, as and possibly to take your mind off of something serious that's going on right now. I was rather wondering. I have heard that a little bird told me, my dear lady, that you have a bit of a hand at haberdashery.
You could say that. It's a skill that I've acquired in my times.
Yes. You did you in fact make the design for your husband's uniform?
I had a little bit of help. I'm afraid not to say anything too terrible about British designs. Things that don't necessarily. I had to have a little help. I'll just say that.
Interesting. No, I'm quite interested, actually. There are a few things that I've noticed that might be that are different from things what one usually sees, which I think is all to the better.
Do tell.
Have you an interest by any chance? There were certain things you did. It was there were certain things when we went around to a haberdasher locally that needed to be taken care of, but there were some There's a glimmer there, I should say. There's some interesting things done with the cuffs, that manner of things with your husband's uniform. Have you, by any chance, an interest in design of clothing?
Well, Doctor, it's not something I've put a lot of thought into, but not something I am opposed to.
I should recommend, Mrs. Valentine, that you put some thought into it, as I believe there's some skill there that is as of yet perhaps unrealized.
I do very much appreciate your kind consideration. It's hard to find a little bit of time to do all of the things I would like to do when, there is a husband on the surgery table and two small children to run around.
Huh. But of course, yes, and they've rather inconveniently put a war in the way, which is something that is really terrible judgment and timing, I feel, for something such as this.
Yes, it does get in the way.
Yeah. Have you, by any chance, read Le Miroir de la Mode? It's an English publication. Don't be fooled by the name.
I have not, I'm afraid.
Well, I should. I think. No, most of my copies, I think went up with the other tent, but I might have one or two still stocked away somewhere. I should like actually your opinion at some point on a couple of the designs in there. And well, should you have any samples of things that you have that you've been working toward in design, anything of that nature, provided that they, shall we say, coincide with certain standards.
Doctor, I think you take me to be a
perhaps
fashion person more than, it's...
I don't know.
Well, Doctor, it's not clothing that I was... I'm more the tapestry type.
Interesting.
So as interesting as clothes are, and certainly they are important, as I've noticed that the English are very interested in very specific styles and such things. I do miss getting to sit down and actually work and loom and weave. But again, it's hard to find the time.
I think you shall find that there's a range of business, up to and including, I think there is, it's not entirely her directly, but I believe she knows someone. There's a designer, a friend of mine, Anne Margaret Lancaster, who is doing a certain degree of work with across a broader spectrum. She doesn't have a direct pipeline to certain recent designs out of Paris, as certain others of my acquaintance do, but she is trying to diversify as a result. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe she does have a few ears of individuals in the tapestry business. I could conceivably drop your name if you would be interested in at some point when it is convenient.
Yes, when
making some connection there.
Yes, I should say so. I would be. Thank you, Doctor.
Oh, I should be delighted. After all, you're doing the great service of helping to keep my patient together.
Oh, well, you are doing the great service of keeping my husband together.
Oh, there we are. 'Tis a complete circle, is it not?
Indeed. Much like a tapestry weaved together.
Indeed.
So while this heart-touching moment is occurring between the Doctor and Mrs. Anushka Valentine, there's a slight groan from the bed behind you as you finish up your surgery upon Lieutenant Valentine. As they have deposited Major de Laurent, and he's just kind of like looks at Anushka and go, just kind of slightly out of it. Hold on. Madam, do I have to apologize for kissing your husband? Did I apologize for kissing your husband? I don't remember.
I don't believe you apologized, but why don't you focus on your recovery first and less on kissing my husband? Huh?
So that is a future consideration. Oui, je comprends.
Yes. Doctor, is there anything you can do to make sure that man gets his rest? I'm sure my husband would love to see him again.
Well, as chance would have it, he's next, and I'm going to sort of fish her up. I've been over in a basin washing my hands, and I just sort of come around and just sort of looking down and said, "Now then, Major, it seems people are rather too all eager to stab you these days. Let us interrupt the most interesting of conversations. Let us see if we can remedy that."
Yes, please.
This, Madame, I did not kiss her husband, so I do not understand why she stabbed me.
Ah, well, the day is still young.
I didn't stab him, and I have no intention of doing so.
But which lady in particular was this? Well, actually, no. Did they tell me? I can't remember.
Yes, Simon did mention. Griffiths, did you tell the doctor? Because Major de Laurent did tell Griffiths about who stabbed him, and you saw Mrs. Bisley running away.
I did tell the doctor that. I also told Bisley as well.
Yeah, that's right.
As
Okay,
well.
cool. Yeah, okay. And that being the case, is like, well, it seems that your previous observations of the lady, it seems have borne fruit. Unfortunately, I'd hoped that it would not bear fruit of this kind, but one I suppose takes what one gets. And
I do not consider her a lady, and he kind of passes out at that point.
Where did she stab him?
In the side, like in the kidney.
Side? Yeah. Well, certainly not one with any respect for how tails on a coat should look. And we'll just begin
go ahead
going to
and
work.
just for knowing what's happening, I need you to roll treat ailment. Or treat wound. I don't know why I ask you to roll, but you know.
Yeah. We'll see. Treat wound.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Treat injury. I have here.
Treat injury. I spoke treat injury.
No worries. Yeah. 22.
Oh, that's 3 degrees of success. You are quite fine, and Major de Laurent will recover, but he is currently passed out and unconscious. Major Holmes kind of pulls one of those. He's been coughing a little bit because, again, he was suffocated. And he kind of pulls that, like, like snort and then fall into a cough where the laughing causes the coughing.
Yeah. You all right there, Major? Do you need anything?
Not laughing, sir. Your comedy is well known and usually appreciated, but at the moment does not seem to be aiding in my vast recovery.
My apologies. I shall endeavor to be slightly less spectacular, if it is possible.
I merely ask for modifying, perhaps, a cover over your radiant brilliance, sir.
Ah. Well, the sheen is difficult to disguise, but I shall do my best. In fact, Major, I was rather hoping perhaps you might be able to shed a little light on something of your own. if you've a moment, if you've not no need to leap up and gallivant about anywhere.
I don't feel that I could gallivant at the moment. Madam, do you need somebody to waltz with? Is that what we're doing? As he kind of starts to sit up a little bit, as he's joking. And consider,
No.
that would be Anushka that he said that to.
I don't really know how to respond to this gentleman at this point, and I think I'm just going to focus on my husband.
Okay.
Ignore really strange, aggressive men.
The quasi-flirting from a gentleman who looks like, oh god, what, I can't say his name in English because I haven't heard it yet. I think it's Nikolai... Guy who plays Jaime Lannister.
Nikolai,
Yeah.
I never remember how to say his last name, but still, I think Anushka's just like, just...
Kind of quasi-flirting, yes.
No, my husband can flirt with whoever he wants because he's harmless and would never do anything anyway, but I don't want any of this.
I just sort of glance up.
Wait. Is it actually never do anything? Because I do believe the gentleman was kissed in your presence.
That feels like, yeah, but also, we never knew how Valentine reacted. He just got kissed.
Well, he did react. He got very confused in his reaction. But he didn't get aggressively turned it down either.
That's fair. Valentine's harmless. This man, he's I think, you know what, instead, I'll take that back. She will just look at the flirting of this man and just be like, meh.
Okay. You just sort of glance up, and we'll say quietly to sort of over his shoulder, I think at this point, to Anushka, since he's over with another Riz, he'll just sort of say, artillery. They pride themselves rather on being fleet of foot, and I will turn back to Holmes, and say, Major, a mutual friend indicated to me at some point that you might perhaps at some time be able to shed light on the conflagration of the previous hospital tent, that you might have some thoughts regarding it.
It was a very bad conflagration. If I was just going to design such, it would not have been so poorly designed. Do you know that it smelled like it was a pure waste of powder?
I did smell it. Yes, there was the smell of gunpowder. Valentine rather he's gesturing at him, rather valiantly leapt in and kept it from being far worse than it was. Got the ether out, which would have made it rather worse. But yes, it was. It seemed that there was there was rather a lot of it. But that's all I've been given to understand thus far. You have perhaps any insight regarding the situation?
In what manner, sir? The poorly designed fire, the poorly designed distraction, the poorly designed assassination attempt, the slightly better assassination attempt, the slightly better assassination attempt and murder of various peoples here, or the aggressive stabbing.
It does seem rather a chain of events, does it not? Perhaps it might be helpful as it seems that they would have gotten rather. It seems if it was rather a lot of gunpowder, they would have to have obtained it from some quarters or other, and so I suppose this is more a question of if perhaps you had noticed anything that might point us in a particular direction, especially any troops of. Unfortunately, it seems, and normally I do not like to discriminate in this fashion, but it seems that if there were any troops of Scottish descent that might have been, shall we say, making off with a significant amount of gunpowder, that would be a connection here. it appears we've a few overeager Jacobites in the camp.
Overeager Jacobites? That's depressing. Honestly. They lost. Move on. Sorry. Can't roll correctly. The only person who I saw with an over-aggressive amount of... who could access that aggressive amount of powder in such a way would be, the quartermaster. And the only Scotsman I know who hangs out with him is that damnable Ingram fellow.
Of course. It would appear that more has been... Well, actually, no, we're not there yet. Never mind. Sorry, we went back in time. Cool. He just sort of nods, and basically, is for the benefit of anyone who hasn't seen the previous episodes, there was a point during which the doctor was dancing with someone who indicated that Major Holmes might be a source of information to help figure out the thing that had happened to the previous hospital tent. And this is me finally following up on that.
You do follow up things on set. Did you have anything else to ask Major Holmes?
I think that was it. I think that's all I can think of. It just basically confirms a potential connection that is a rather unfortunate one. But I feel as though more light shall be shined on that presently, given recent circumstances.
So, just after this brief conversation, you hear the shouts of fire coming out from somewhere space, and you turn to look, and a figure staggers through from the new scandal alcove, which is slightly less scandalous at the moment, and staggers into your tent. At the moment, they are slightly shrouded in, shadow. You can immediately discern that it is a Slater-framed figure? Perhaps female.
Okay.
Or a younger male. And they kind of stagger in, and the heads down, they're spinning, they glance up, and you would see everyone who's conscious, so therefore not Lieutenant Valentine, see one Donna Caterina Estefania de Sevilla de stagger into this tent, make her way, glance up, make eye contact with Fletcher Spaulding, and in perfectly polite, wonderfully accented English, clearly say, "Fletcher," before she passes out.
And so Spaulding's going to very quickly, he's going to tie something up that he's currently working on. Excuse me, Major. And he is going, and I think the only people here to witness, there are one or two people here to witness this, probably
the Major and Anushka.
The Major and Anushka.
These are the only two conscious individuals.
Yeah. Oh, Anushka knows it.
So they will see Spaulding move very quickly over to Doña Caterina. And he's very immediately moving with great concern over to her and trying to sort of figure out, to sort of cradle her, sort of look and see what's going on with her. Right, he's like immediately going wherever he needs to go to see whatever wounds there might be.
Go ahead and roll me that diagnose ailment.
I will do that.
And I will say you have a bonus dice from the scene because of who this particular individual is.
Gotcha. I will do that. All right. Here we go. 26.
Disgusting. This is disgusting. That's 5 degrees of success. That's disgusting. Ugh.
The game broken? Or is it Fletcher Spalding that is just super man?
Fletcher Spalding is godlike. He spent all his points and he also rolled 4 6s.
Holy crap.
Like
Roll 20 knows. Roll 20 knows who. No. Roll 20 knows who Doña Katerina is.
yeah, Roll 20 does know who this lovely lady is.
As we would say in my old gaming group, the dice never lie. They are
Oh.
going to tell you what it is you need to know. And sometimes that's bad, but sometimes,
In this particular instance, you immediately are kind of leaning over her, trying to find out what's going on, and you find a small cut and a larger bruise over her head, and a small pattern of bruising around her neck. Relatively easy to determine that somebody attempted to strangle her and knock her unconscious. But it does not seem that she is... Mechanically speaking, she's not in danger in any way, shape, or form. She's injured, but she's not life-threatening injuries.
Okay.
You now have 5 bonus dice, by the way, to treat her wounds. Would you like to go ahead and roll that disgustingness?
Yeah. And so as this is going on, you're going to see Spalding will very immediately pick her up, and sort of sweep her off her feet, carry her over to an empty bed, and we'll immediately just do a quick thing here. It seems for a moment perhaps he's abandoned the queue. It's hard to say. I have 5 bonus dice.
Yeah, you have 5 degrees of success on that.
That's many. Okay, here we go. Treat injury.
Yes.
Okay. Also 26.
Great. She's fine. She literally is. You are convinced that she will be absolutely fine. She needs a nap, maybe to rest her throat. Ice cream would be nice. You know, a hot toddy maybe.
Excellent.
Perhaps some pleasant company, and but she kind of grips your arm and like pulls you closer to her,
Yeah.
and just she stabbed the major.
And I just sort of look up. I say, Delaron?
No, the other one. What happened to Delaron?
It's he's over there. It seems he's stabbed. He's stabbed rather a lot of. May have stabbed rather a lot of mages today.
This is most upsetting.
It is, isn't it? You'd think that one would learn to group one's mages a little bit further out from each other. It just doesn't do anything for the look of it all. Yeah.
No. This is the. Honestly, I do like Delaron, but no, this is the major we actually like.
Ah.
The one that's important.
Quite. Any idea where he might be right now?
Well, I left him bleeding in the woods. I'm sorry, darling. I couldn't quite.
It's okay. It's all right. And it's all right. It seems you've had rather a lot to deal with, and you see just very sort of cradling her head a little bit more.
Also, apparently there's a very annoying Scottish lieutenant who can't seem to take understanding the fact that trying to strike one in the head is most displeasing, and therefore I might have been slightly aggressive, and therefore I did break his nose. I'm sorry.
Is that 2 more head injuries for our count? I'm just checking, because that sounds like 2.
No, there's only one
nose?
there. No, there's only one, because I already counted her head injury.
Okay.
Well, there's one more.
Well, only one nose broken. One nose broken today. Then that to my mind would seem it's a lighter day for you.
And she wishes, the Colonel, you must make sure to keep her away from the Colonel. She knows Fletcher. She knows about the Colonel.
Ah. And she can probably see I'm a little confused when she says that, because Fletcher doesn't know about the Colonel, whatever it is that is.
She's also,
but,
she's,
yeah.
I mean, she's, with an ungodly
but
diagnosis,
yeah.
but she has a concussion, so she's not tracking 100%.
Okay, yeah. But also, I am used to her being enigmatic, because she has to. So, it's just one of those things. It's, and he'll very quietly and just sort of lean down and say, "All right, darling, I'm going to send as many out as I can to take care of it immediately. As unfortunately, there's rather a number of individuals here I have to keep from bleeding to death."
And as you say that, she kind of like reaches up and like pats your hand in that very, it's like, I'm quite sure you'll keep them all from bleeding to death. It would be quite rude of them to insult your capabilities in that manner.
And you can see for a split second, and I don't know, I think the camera sees this. I don't know if anyone here sees this. Mm-hmm. He just kind of like is taken for a second. He chuckles and he's like, he looks a little uncertain for a brief moment, which is something no one ever sees on his sees from him. And he's just, "Thank you. Yes, of course." And then he straightens up, and he will just sort of brush her hair real quick. He will squeeze her hand, and then he will get up, and he's going to turn and he's going to take a moment. All right. He's in the woods.
Hey, Jim.
We need to get a message to someone. So,
Hey, Jim.
Hi.
I'm gonna do a thing.
Oh, dear crap. All right.
Trooper knows what I'm going to do in this moment.
Okay.
I want to spend that monologue token to know what the doctor's thinking in this moment.
Okay.
Yes, indeed.
We need a good monologue.
Yes, indeed. And I am living.
Penultimate episode, no holding back.
Okay, let me see here. Okay. So, as this is going on, and he's just sort of looking at this over. The initial thought is, my God, I hope I have not trapped her in a web of my own making here and put her in danger. I would never be able to forgive myself if that happened. There is no force in heaven or earth that will contain my fury if Eleanor is harmed, and I cannot fix her up. That has always been our arrangement, practically since the day we met. And were she not so fascinating a patient, I probably would never have married her. Not that I had much of a choice at the time, but it's amazing what happens when one does. Rather rare for one to discover that one is actually in love with one's wife. And he's just sort of thinking about that, and then of course the parade of thoughts gets in. He's like, I do rather wonder what is known about the Colonel. Something not too disastrous, I hope, but Atkins is in the wood and needs help. So let's get someone out to him. So then aloud, he's going to. It's either got to be Anushka or a runner, pretty much, that he's going to send out.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he's probably going to initially... Yeah, it's got to be somebody trust. Trust is important here. And he doesn't know Anushka terribly well, but at the same time, she's the only one able to move around right now. He's going to look over, and he says, Mrs. Valentine, would you fancy perhaps a few moments of extracurricular activity?
Sure. What do you need?
It would indeed be for king. It would indeed be for king and country, though I don't. Let's not. I would greatly appreciate it if this were not mentioned. Major Atkins is currently bleeding to death in the woods. I would like you to go and get someone, preferably not. Not Ingram, not Quibble, but preferably either Sergeant Major Griffiths or Captain Bisley to go and help him.
Very well.
He's been stabbed by Mrs. Bisley. She was rather.
That one.
It appears she has something against majors today.
Apparently so. All right, Doctor, and she'll.
Yes. Also, if you happen to see the colonel, and he very quickly will just tell him I said Mrs. Bisley knows, and that he will know what that means.
Okay. Very well.
Thank you. This is of greater importance than I could even impart at this time.
Take that and nod and run. Let's go find all of those people.
So we're going to follow the camera as you run outside, the screams of fire have overcome you, because of course this whole other small scandalous event is going on outside. And that is apparently a thing that happens. And so as you run outside to take a moment to see if you can find anyone, well, you see Pomeroy and Bisley and Lieutenant Quibble on the ground, Mrs. Quibble attempting to pull down the tent that's currently on fire, but apparently I think by this point it's kind of a lost cause.
She keeps pulling.
That rope is on fire, honey.
Yeah, she's. It'll be interesting to see if anybody pulls her away. But at the moment, this is like, this is a bit of her trauma response at the moment.
Yeah.
Is like trying to stop everything from burning.
Do y'all remember that scene in Community when they have the multiple timelines and Troy goes to get the pizza, and when he comes back to the apartment, things are on fire and Pierce has been shot, and like there's just all this that I feel like that's what Anushka is watching right now, is somebody trying to pull down a tent that is on fire hopelessly, another man on the ground, two captains standing over him, Griffiths presumably.
I'll just add that Griffiths actually, while all this is happening, got up onto his feet and picked up his axe and decided to show his sister how to really take down a tent, and basically cut all of the pegs that were securing it so that it would collapse in on itself.
So you see Mrs. Quibble as you're pulling, and all of a sudden you pull, and the tent comes down, and then you glance and your brother has just cut everything. So what are you going to do, Mrs. Quibble?
look at all of this, I walk over, and I imagine that perhaps one of my shoes is off, and so there's a bit of a awkward sort of thing.
Your wig is askew and soaked.
No,
the rest of
I
you
imagine
is...
it's actually in the trough. I'm going to
yes.
get it. Yes, I imagine it's floating in the horse trough. So it's in that sort of way where you're uneven because you have one shoe on and one shoe is somewhere in the mud. I just walk over and I pick up my wig and I sort of just look at all of this, and I look at my husband on the ground, and I just move away. I go towards my quarters, my tent, the one that I share with my husband, who's currently Glassjaw McGee and unconscious on the ground. Yes, I have some things to do before the day is out. Important things.
Pomeroy is actually hovering over Glassjaw Quibble and searching his pockets to see if there's anything of interest.
Ooh, go ahead and roll me. Ooh. What is it? I need the right roll here. You could roll me awareness notice. Just straight awareness notice. By the way, you still have one bonus dice. Jim has one bonus dice. Trooper has none. Alyssa has 4, and so do I. 5.
I'm probably saving all of them for very specific things.
With that 5, Pomeroy, you notice a couple things immediately. He has a very fine silver-plated snuff box that's in his left front pocket.
Okay.
He is wearing his sword, because, like you would. But as you kind of pat him down, you notice that there's almost like a slight bulge to the right side of his chest. But other than that.
Okay. As Griffiths pads over and looks down with utter disdain for his in-law. Well, you can check inside the vest too. That's a weird-looking bulge there, Pomeroy. You know I outrank you, Griffiths. Well, yes, but I'm not trying to tell you how to do your job, Captain. I just, I don't see why you need to be so hesitant to search this man's body. He's a possible criminal. Quite right. Maybe you should assist me then. So they're both going to basically search his body and look for anything upon their persons.
2 men alike in faces searching a body.
As it happens.
So, as Mrs. Quibble, as you are looking down, you happen to notice that your brother and his superior officer are stripping your husband in public.
The world is upside down. And I don't even know what to say. And it is clear that this is a place well, I thought that the Royal Guards was the most honorable and prestigious cavalry unit that there was, but apparently that is not so. And it is shameful that such things... I go to my quarters and I pack.
Does anyone stop Mrs. Quibble from leaving? Let me phrase that. Anyone who's currently here, that's Cleveland, Pomeroy, Bisley, Anushka.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Nope. Mrs. Quibble leaves. Pomeroy...
She goes to her quarters.
She goes to her quarters. Pomeroy and Cleveland are stripping Lieutenant Quibble.
Who's an officer?
Who's an officer?
I didn't say they were stripping him. I think they're just searching. Let's just say that they're searching through every possible pocket that this man has.
As you spend the time to do so in public and in this street, Anushka, why did you come out to here?
Well, I came looking for the captains and Griffiths to help with the doctor because I'm certain Major Adkins is apparently bleeding in the woods. So I think she's going to just sort of step up to them, like with trying to hurry, but without like being panicking. Just be like, Captains, Sergeant Griffiths, the doctor sent me to get you to go find Major Atkins, who has apparently been stabbed in the woods, and somehow I feel like that takes precedence over whatever weird this is.
Griffiths doesn't even look up as he's continuing to search. Can I roll awareness with Griffiths just to...
Yes, you can. You can roll awareness notice with a bonus dice from the help that Pomeroy is not giving. A 9. Oh, look, we have a success. You managed to get his shirt untucked, and you notice that it's seeping blood under his shirt.
Huh. Griffiths is going to open up the shirt to...
You notice a slightly poorly bandaged sword slash to the right-hand side of his body.
Hey, wasn't someone cut in a similar manner last night at the soiree?
From what I remember, yeah. Gentlemen, I don't mean to be difficult, but I really would like you to go do what the doctor has asked you to do. It feels
Pomeroy
like
Pomeroy speaks up. To be fair, we haven't been particularly successful in treating wounded people.
I don't think you need to treat the wounded. I think you just need to go pick up the wounded.
Yeah, yes, but...
What? What? How's Valentine? He's fine. Do you mind? I don't know how to respond to this.
Griffiths is going to tie up... Is there a fence post somewhere? Like,
You could tie him to the trough.
It's a little difficult to tie somebody to a trough.
Yes, but the drama of it.
Pope, thank you so much for that kind donation. There is, of course, there are plenty of hitching posts nearby, because you're a cavalry unit, so...
Yeah, so, Griffiths and Pomeroy are going to drag this guy in, tie him down to the hitching post, and, Griffiths is going to, you know what? Yeah, Griffiths is going to have to stay. Pomeroy will go with Bisley if Bisley decides to go too. Yeah. But Griffiths is going to go to Quibble's quarters.
That makes sense. Bisley will look at Pomeroy and be like, all right, well, let's go try not to murder yet another man today. What?
I wouldn't call it murder. I just think that okay. Manslaughter, negligent homicide.
No, I'm not a doctor. That's all. Just not a doctor. Huh. Do either of you know where Colonel Fisher is? I need to find him. well. This is... You know what, gentlemen? I think you can figure it out. I'm gonna go. Good luck. What?
So, just so that I'm aware, Griffith is going to Quibble's quarters. Pomeroy and Bisley are going to the woods to find Major Atkins. Anushka is off to find Colonel Fisher.
Deliver that cryptic warning of she knows.
Yes. So why don't we follow at the moment? I feel like there's a family drama that might be building that needs to be resolved. So I think we should follow Sergeant Griffiths as he goes to Quibble's quarters.
And he doesn't really stand much on the way of politeness at the moment because there are more pressing concerns, and so he's just going to
He's packing.
go through the door and search the household for his sister.
As you open the door, as you open the tent flap, you find your sister packing.
It's a tent. It's not like...
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry.
like
It made it sound like it was like a actual building. Were you aware that your husband has a sword wound?
My husband is a... Well, so now you've gone to murder, apparently. Well...
No. You see, I don't carry a sword.
I don't know what you do anymore.
Yes. Well, so you see, here's the thing.
So you stabbed my husband.
With a sword that I do not have. No, this
Friends
is a
have
wound
swords
that he
and
clearly suffered last night because it was actually bandaged. Poorly, I might add. He must not have had access to a proper doctor.
Well, you should have gone to see the doctor then, shouldn't you have?
Should he have? But, and follow me with this, is that he probably didn't go to see Dr. Fletcher because maybe he had been injured while doing something highly treasonous.
Or you attacked him the night before.
No, because you see, I was unconscious for most of the night last night.
I wouldn't know what you had been doing.
But, you spoke so highly of this idea of responsibilities, and yet you just continue to somehow dance around this little tete-a-tete. What was your husband doing exactly? Because from all the evidence that we're seeing here, he must be some sort of Jacobite.
I have no idea what you're talking about. But if you want to know what my husband was doing last night, I think he was gallivanting off with you. You all went to some sort of soiree.
Well, no, because I'm not friends with your husband. He's friends with certain Willoughby Ingram.
Well, nonetheless, my understanding is that all of you gentlemen, and I use that word quite loosely now, went off and went to some sort of soiree where all sorts of things were happening.
We did.
And so I feel like whatever happened, you probably know better than I.
No, I think you might know a little bit more about some of your husband's activities. You're far too crafty to have complete ignorance. I would know because as I was examining the books, we'll just lay this out on the cards on the table, is that I know you've been doing keeping those books.
Yes, as you've been threatening to expose to everyone all the time in ways that are extremely inappropriate.
Well,
I'm disappointed in you. Yet again.
Oh, okay. So apparently you doing something illegal and calling you out on it is highly inappropriate.
Brother, I'm going home to England, and you can just deal with whatever happens to you because of that.
Okay, but you're going to have to suffer some consequences here. And, being the inheritor of the state, I'm probably not going to be as inclined to offer assistance.
You never have.
Okay, so
I would be surprised if
your
you ever did.
husband is tied out over to the hitching post outside if you're going to fetch him. But as I mentioned, he's a traitor.
Do you have any evidence of that whatsoever? Is this more of your whatever it is that you do?
Well, it's pretty clear that he was involved in the attacks upon our colonel and the rest of our own soldiers during the soiree.
Well, I don't know anything about that. Which attacks? I know there was
attacks at the soiree last night.
Well, I did not have the chance to go and speak to the doctor and find out exactly what happened. And how do you know my husband was involved in that at all anyway?
Because he has an injury, the same injury that someone had inflicted upon the assailants.
Well, I'm afraid I feel like you're just making things up now. It seems as if there are people both good and bad who are injured. All sorts of people are injured in that tent. Why do you think that my husband is one of the bad ones?
Well, why would your husband attempt to murder the colonel?
I don't think he did.
Well, he seems to be a member of the group that did. Because he certainly wasn't there defending the colonel.
I would like to know what your evidence is that my husband is doing anything other than just being a little bit irresponsible about things.
Irresponsible? He has a sword wound through his chest.
As does all sorts of people in this regiment. There have been people who've been exploded and people who... And all sorts
Specifically incurred within the past 24 hours during a event that
So then that Frenchman is also one of those people? That all of these... I mean, there's an entire tent full of people. So is the entire regiment so full of collaborators and conspirators?
I'm guessing it is, because you are very suspicious of being one of those, given that you're clearly involved in things that you should not be involved in.
How very convenient for you. You have never liked my husband, and you've never liked me. And so this thing
Your husband was lying out there, out cold and...
Yes, because you attacked him, as a matter of fact.
No. You must be confusing me with the other handsome fellow that was the one who punched him, Pomeroy. You see, your husband tried to attack me for trying to save your life, but it's clear that you live in this sort of bubble, so I don't even know why I try. So why don't you just run to England? You can leave your husband here to suffer the consequences of his treasonous acts, and maybe you might need to find someplace else to live.
I will never understand you, really. I will never understand why you do the things you do, why you fabricate in such a way to undermine your own family, and I have no idea what sort of head of household you're going to be as someone who has disdain for everything. But apparently, I will not be there to find out, because my brother has no sense of anything. I thought all this time that you were redeemable. I thought that you could be made to understand what family means. But all this time when you said that you don't share values, I didn't understand what you meant was you had no values at all. Well, I'm going to go and see our family in this time of grief after the death of our brother. I'm sorry that you are such a hollow man. And she continues to pack, and she just stops paying attention to you.
Well, I suppose no one here can say that I did not try. Toodles. That's his new catchphrase now. And he will actually go outside, and he will. I'm assuming there's probably a horse hitched up somewhere. He's going to throw the glass sack of potatoes over the saddle and lead the horse over to the medical tent.
I just have a question, Cleveland.
Sure.
It's a very important question. It's, one might even say, legally important. So, since you consider your dear brother-in-law to be a suspect for treason, Are you going to do anything about the fact that your sister is now taking all of the stuff from their joint quarters and fleeing? One might even say, perhaps being an accessory after the fact.
Or during, or before, or a major mastermind of the whole entire thing. It's really unclear.
So are you going to tell anyone about this small little thing that's going on?
What if she's the mastermind?
I would like to use a resolve token.
Okay. How would you like to use your resolve token? What are you going to do with this resolve token?
I would like this opportunity, or I would like at this moment for Colonel Fisher and some of the men that he's been gathering, as well as Ben Perkins, to arrive on the scene.
Costume change. So, this is what is going to happen. As you are dumping the glass jar of remains of your brother-in-law upon this horse that sits outside, and your sister is packing. So I have to ask, Mrs. Quibble, are you in...
Soaking wet, of course.
Soaking
and just,
wet.
Yeah.
Very, very frustrated. Are you in that angry, loud stage of packing? Where you are making sure that it could be not just folding something, but slamming it down slightly so that one could hear loudly from outside? Or are you being very, very circumspect?
Well, I'm in a different mood. I'm not... Slamming things down on the ground is not proper ladylike behavior.
No.
And these tense walls are thin. And so, I am not going to add any more. I mean, that's what they want. Clearly. They want, well, let me be more specific. He wants to humiliate me. He's already started, and I'm not going to aid him in that endeavor by humiliating myself, by lowering my standards. I probably will not be able to change, depending, but there's so many logistics to do. Carriages and coaches and all.
So you are dealing with packing.
Yes.
Determinedly. As you look around Cleveland, and yes, I'll happily take that little resolve token. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. You happen to see a squad of 10 men, one of whom is Ben Perkins, being led by Colonel Fisher. And the Colonel kind of makes eye contact with you, glances at the, well, shall we say, unconscious figure of your brother-in-law upon this horse, and then kind of just looks at you and raises an eyebrow questioningly.
Griffiths will actually salute this time because, it is the Colonel after all, and he will also nod to Ben Perkins, and I have reason to believe, Colonel, that my brother-in-law here was involved in the attacks of the event last night. He seems to have a very suspicious wound, and I believe that Pomeroy might be able to confirm that there was, in fact, a man that got run through by a sword yesterday evening. I don't think it's very much of a coincidence. And Ben Perkins, you seem to have been around the quartermaster's space for some time and might have observed some rather suspicious activity, namely the over-involvement of my sister in keeping the regiment's books.
Well, sir, and he just sort of, well, before he says anything, he kind of is looking up and kind of where the Colonel is and trying to make sure he's not talking out of place. And he's just going to be like, well, Sergeant Major, I believe it's while I don't think it's my place to comment on such activities. I mean, there were a number of there were a number of visits. That is true, and I did rather to I suppose I had a thought about it, but you know, I seen her writing sometimes a little bit, but that, you know, that I don't think that's I didn't reckon it was my place to think about what it was about, Sergeant Major.
Well, at any rate, Colonel, I think this matter bears much more investigation. I know that you are in a hurry and would like to recover Major Atkins, but I believe that my brother-in-law and my sister should be detained and their belongings be confiscated and searched. And I don't come at this very lightly, given that they're my dearest family. That he says in a very somewhat dead-hand manner, but you know, it is my duty to the crown. Blah 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 blah. That you know.
Does he say blah 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 blah? That's what I want to know. I just.
I think he will probably do something like that, just because you know, he is rather irreverent. But I admit I did take being accused of selling horses to the enemy very personally, and the very idea that my own family would have had me take the fall for such a treasonous act is heartbreaking.
So, the only thing about this is, Colonel Griffiths does not yet know anything about Major Atkins.
Was it? I thought, didn't someone say something about that earlier? That
Anushka mentioned that he was in the woods, stabbed.
But Anushka's the one who's looking for Colonel Fisher to tell him such.
That's true. That's true. She has
okay,
not,
I
she has not found
misunderstood
him
because
yet.
I thought that we had established that Colonel Fisher was, you know, actually going.
No,
out
Colonel Fisher
gathering
is on the lookout for Lieutenant Ingram, Lieutenant Quibble, and Mrs. Bisley. Doesn't know yet about the bleeding major in the woods.
Okay, so I was confused. I thought that as a part of that, he was going to go recover Atkins. My bad.
Nope, that's what the captains are for.
That's what the captains are for. Captains are currently on Atkins duty. But this would be a grand point, I think. Just kind of stir the pot a little bit. To have Anushka come because she has been actively looking for the Colonel. Come across said Colonel in this drama, in this moment.
Oh. This is a bad time. Colonel Fisher, I've been sent to give you a message, but I feel like it's a slightly private message.
Colonel Fisher will step aside to hear what Anushka has to say.
I've been told to tell you that she knows. I don't quite know what that means. But I also know that there is a Major Atkins that has been stabbed, and Captains Bisley and Pomeroy are going to find him and bring him to the doctor.
Well, thank you for the message.
She's gonna scurry away in this moment because she can feel the tension boiling.
Can I just very briefly say that, because I just remembered something that about Perkins that he had going. That by my interpretation, he had going on in his head regarding the sergeant major, because he actually is. The sergeant major is very slowly opening. He feels like a door to doing things that are a little bit outside of what normally one does, and he's excited to bet that the prospect of that. So I think he will say, while that's going on, just briefly, he will say, Sergeant Major, if it'll help, I can let you know. I've got her itinerary. I can let you know when she was where, and when she moved off of it, if that'll help.
Well, that's rather interesting. So, Colonel Fisher, do we have enough here that we should assign some men to detain certain folks to until the matter is investigated thoroughly?
GM, I don't have a resolve token, but if I had one, I would ask if I could spend it to make that itinerary look really suspicious and incriminating.
You have a pool token sitting there, people.
Oh, that's true.
Could I use the token to make her itinerary look conveniently incriminating?
Does anyone object to him using the token to do such?
I am so curious why, but of course I'm going to let you do it. Like, I mean, you have my blessing.
I'm torn because part of me actually wants her to be innocent. But I'm also very interested to see where this goes, so I shall not object.
Is this like traveling place to place?
Anina. So good, that means I have...
Wait.
No, I'll save it for the end.
That means I now have 4 resolve tokens. Thank you very much, I do appreciate it.
We do realize that we're setting ourselves up for disaster by giving Prax 4 resolve tokens. We all realize this? Okay. Carry on.
No, wait. I'm at 5. Because Cleveland spent that resolve token to have the Colonel show up. Thank you. Moving on. So the Colonel turns to you, Cleveland, and what does the Colonel do? What is the Colonel is yours.
Yes. This seems very far outside your duties, Sergeant Griffiths. It is indeed, but, such is the way that responsibilities have been thrust upon this poor farrier. Well, maybe we'll discuss it sometime over another round of whist. I hear you're quite the very good partner at it. Yes, I in fact have been known to carry very poor partners upon my shoulders through a game or two. Well, I certainly think that you'd be a welcome partner. We should, we'll worry about things later. Colonel Fisher's going to split the group. He's going to send 3 men and Perkins to basically take over the scene and let Griffiths carry on with handling the Atkins situation.
So this is what's going to happen. This whole conversation's been going on. Anushka has left. Pomeroy and Bisley are searching the woods. Cleveland is going after Atkins in the woods?
Yes. He's going to accompany the Colonel and the rest of the squad, too.
So, the Colonel and the squad are going to take possession. The Colonel is going to assign some people to arrest Quibble, then escort the rest of you to the woods to begin searching. I need survival track or survival orientation rolls from Griffiths, Pomeroy, Bisley, and Fisher. So all 3 Aninos and 1 Alyssa. Perkins, darling.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you go ahead and roll me a awareness notice?
All right, I will do that.
As you are one of the...
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, okay.
I'm throwing up one of my bonus dice on this survival track.
Cool.
Oh, I'm rolling on the wrong sheet. Whoops.
Yeah.
Whoopsie.
Just to remind... Okay. So, Perkins, you are left as part of the contingent to take control of the Quibbles. You take into custody, good lord. You take into custody the, personage of Lieutenant Quibble. Then you and a couple others return to take into custody the personage of Mrs. Priscilla Quibble. Unfortunately, when you do such, she is not in her tent. We'll come back to that in a moment. So, Fisher fails, Bisley fails, Griffiths fails, Pomeroy! Let's hear it for Pomeroy! He
Third
does...
time's the charm.
Third time's the charm. The 4 of you and a couple other, members of the enlisted are proceeding through the woods, and it is getting darker. The afternoon is filing much on. It's close to 5 o'clock at this point. There has been much to do and much said, and you do manage, Pomeroy, to find a leading figure of Major Atkins about 100 yards into the woods.
Well, isn't that a stroke of luck, Bisley? And you'll backhand slap Bisley on the chest and point out the fallen figure.
Oh, yeah, shit.
What?
What?
You actually did it.
Yeah. Don't tell the colonel that, though. We're competent. Always competent. All right.
Are there gestures that people do to celebrate these types of successes?
Yeah, but I think at this point we should probably focus on moving the body of this Major Atkins, and we can clap a high five or whatever they do these days later.
So this leads to my next question. Are any of the 4 of you, the 2 captains, the sergeant and the colonel, going to attempt any medical intervention?
No. Nope. Nope. Just looking to carry him to safety.
Hang on. There are many character sheets that I need to
observe.
To observe.
I will point out that you still have 2 bonus dice, Anino, and Alyssa has 4 bonus dice.
4 bonus dice are not going to save me if I have to only keep my best one.
Yeah, maybe you could get a 6, which I think is still a fail.
I think it's still a fail in this case.
That is correct.
Yeah.
That is correct.
Yeah. I will assist by helping to move the body to safety.
So,
and letting someone else
is anyone going to attempt any medical intervention?
I think that Fisher and Griffiths are going to have to team up to attempt to extend Major Atkins' life.
That's good. He is kind of bleeding profusely from a stab wound to the chest.
I'm not the best person for this, but can Bisley just sort of be on the lookout to see if there's any sign of his assailant? Though I would hope.
So the way this works, if you're going to get assistance, whichever of the two characters is higher gets a bonus dice to roll for the treat injury. Captain Bisley, you may make an awareness notice roll.
This might be worth spending at least one bonus dice on, just in case.
Yes, certainly.
Glad I did.
It didn't roll any bonus dice. Roll one more d6. And you know. Okay, yeah, because the assistance gives you a bonus dice.
Oh, okay.
So because you just pick whichever one has the higher, because you had the bonus dice, it didn't roll it. So we'll drop the 1 here. So that's a 6 and a 5. That's an 11. You don't kill him. Yay! He is, shall we say, triaged enough that you could move him at this moment. You are not aware currently, Captain Bisley, of anyone around you or any threats. But we're going to pan the camera back to the medical tent. As these figures who are attempting to find a stretcher, have put a small packing a wound to kind of carry Major Atkins. They're trying to get him back to the medical tent. But inside the medical tent, with the slightly out of it, mostly unconscious, Mrs. Eleanor Spaulding, very unconscious Captain Montgomery Lowe, recovering consciousness Lieutenant Valentine, quasi-conscious and slightly laughing at, smirking at all of the awkward goings-on, Major Gaylord Holmes, and a very unconscious and tied to the bed, nameless Jacobite at the moment. Jacobite, I should be more specific, a Jacobite assassin.
Yes.
And where do we find the doctor in this moment?
Well, let's see. He was working.
All of the patients that you have required are now currently at a point where they no longer need your immediate medical attentions.
Good, excellent. So, if that being the case, because I do want to, I do want to help the others, but if I don't need to do it this very second, I'm at this point. I think I have by now, hopefully, sent out to see if there are if anyone is available to help guard this freaking tent. Because
oh yes, I forgot. There are 2 unconscious guards who are slowly recovering from their concussions.
Excellent, good. I probably got them in the corner near whatever bottle of liquor I happen to still have around.
Did you add those head injuries?
I can't remember. I think, that was like
yes,
an episode.
That was last week's. That was last week's head injuries. There were two of those. Those were 2 head injuries from last week.
Quick question. Did we ever add Quibble's head injury from the Pomeroy punch? I feel like that's a head injury.
No, being the glass jaw does count as a head injury. We should add that to the head injuries.
It's important.
So there has been sent runners. There's word brought back to you that they will be a moment when they come, that assistants will be on their way shortly. So where do we find the doctor?
So the doctor cannot leave the tent until there is someone here to guard the tent, because he's not doing that again. So he's he's probably he's waiting for them to show up so he can go and try to help find Major Atkins, because that is also incredibly important. He doesn't want Atkins to bleed out. Atkins hasn't arrived yet, being brought by anyone, so he's a little worried about that. Basically he's just kind of he's kind of near the entrance of the tent, still just sort of looking and waiting for people to show up, and occasionally just sort of going and looking at people's wounds and stuff when he needs to.
I'm going to spend a resolve token.
Oh dear.
I warned you all.
Oh, here we are.
I have to find. I'm going to spend a resolve token so that at the moment that you are over next to the charming figure of your, recovering unconscious fine lady wife, there's this moment in that moment of softness and appearance and emotion, well, as close to emotion as a stiff upper lip Englishman can get, with the who truly does express his fondness and love for his wife. It is at that moment that Priscilla Quibble walks in the door of your tent.
Okay.
Happens to see you being so kind and solicitous and affectionate to your unconscious wife.
Well, I don't know that's his wife, because isn't his wife back in England?
That's okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
nobody
that's
knows
what he
that's
said.
his wife. Nobody knows that's his wife.
Yeah.
I would just like to ask if I might be able to roll status breeding, to have tried to make myself look not complete a mess in a very short amount of time.
Isn't there another roll for that?
I don't know.
Hold on.
What do I need to roll to sort of put my wig together?
Either status breeding or status reputation.
It's the same.
Okay, then yes, you may do so much.
This is just so like that I am not a complete mess when I go to see the doctor.
I mean, you made an effort.
But I mean, I look terrible.
You look like a bedraggled cat.
Yes. So I will walk in looking, it's a very nice, charming, yellow, sort of like a sunny yellow dress that is now also partly burnt. There's a lot of waterlogged. There's mud, burning. It's bad. It's just, and like her wig's back on, but it's slightly askew. Just the worst. And she's carrying like a small valise, as it were. And she's like, and she doesn't have her fan.
Mrs. Quibble. Oh, do come in. Are you all right? Are you all right? It appears that the things are a bit disheveled at the moment, and I believed I smelled something was on fire. Actually, I am sort of coming over as at this point. I'm just sort of looking her up and down to see that I assume I'm going to notice that parts of her are singed, or parts of her clothing are singed.
It's that level
Probably
of
hands
like
too.
not quite, because your brother knocked the thing down before you got it, but it's that level of someone girl look wrecked, y'all. It's been a bad night. And she tried, bless her heart, but it ain't gonna get better. It actually looks worse now.
It's bad.
So I'm going to, I'm just going to head, I'm just sort of looking up and down. And actually, I am wondering if this is a moment at which, as I'm looking at her clothing, if I happen to notice anything about the shawl that she's wearing at all.
Slightly burnt as well.
Well, one is looking for certain patterns right now, in certain things, up to and including if there are any things, like like, you know, Jacobite flowers, anything like that happen to be hanging around, or things that you can only get in Barcelona, that kind of deal.
Oh, please go
I must
ahead
give
and
you a
roll
message,
me.
though. Before you answer, I have to give you a message. It's really important.
Please go ahead and, well, I wait for this message that I'm apparently getting. Vastly and quickly. I do need an awareness notice roll from the doctor.
All right.
Apparently that's how I'm saying this now.
Do do do. Do 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 do. Do do do. I have currently, I think, a couple of bonus dice.
You'd have 2 bonus dice, sir.
But I am a little concerned because you still have some resolve left. So I'm a little worried.
I just
about
spent
this
one.
point. You did just spend one, so it's down a little bit. But how terribly important is this going to be?
Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and spend one on this because I have a feeling it's going to be important. I don't know why I have that feeling, but I have that feeling. So I will spend one of my bonus dice, and I shall make an awareness notice check. $17.
Ooh. So you look, this is quibble up and down. You are used to evaluating people very quickly. You are used to determining their health, their status. She is currently uninjured, but she has had a bit of a day. It is, one might say, perhaps shock might be setting in, or at least she's ignoring it if it is attempting to do such. But her shawl that's kind of slightly falling from her shoulders, well, it was at one point a very nice, very fine, very matching Spanish lace to the one that you saw the other day on Mrs. Mary Elizabeth Bisley.
Right. Okay.
And you notice a little bit of embroidery along the sides of the shawl. Flowers. White roses.
Okay. So I notice that, and I just sort of I give that kind of a half smile, and I say, "Why don't you sit? Why don't you, my poor lady? You seem a bit as though you've had a bit of an adventure. Why don't you take a seat for a moment?"
Good doctor, I would indeed, but I'm leaving the camp, and I just wanted to say goodbye.
Oh, quite.
Yes.
Oh no! Why would you be leaving?
Well, it seems I'm not welcome here anymore, and it's all been a little bit too much, and so I'm going, but I did want to say goodbye to you first. Well, if I might, out of everyone in this camp, you've been one of the nicest to me, and so I wanted to say goodbye. I didn't, and I'm sorry. I wanted to apologize. It's not proper that I would leave without having our tea, and I was so looking forward to it. I thought you would have. I was very excited to learn about these sort of medical journals that, well, I mean, you know, in that sort of way where, whatever, it doesn't matter now. I was excited to hear about them, but nonetheless, it's just, the humiliations are too great, and so I'll be going back to England, I'm afraid.
Well, this is, that's very unfortunate, rather, as it seems that there was rather a lot that was going on I was eager to discuss.
No. Well, I don't think nothing of it, of course, it's fine. I know that my understanding is that there's been so many stabbings and whatnot.
Oh, well, yes, you can see. And it just sort of gesture around the tent.
oh my. Your life seems ever so exciting. Well, I just wanted to say thank you anyway for at least for inviting me. It would have been very nice. But,
well, allow me perhaps at least before you depart to at least would it be impertinent of me to fetch you one drink? As I feel that it might have medicinal value at this time.
Well, if it's medicinal, I suppose I might be able to sit for one. Well,
but
on one condition.
Hmm?
Oh, by the way, I'm so sorry. I have to apologize that I won't have the opportunity to be your, I don't know what you would call it, a sort of unofficial assistant in questioning whoever that fellow was, and that
Yes.
seemed like that would have been great fun as well. But
Oh yes, well he's doesn't seem to be going anywhere. Should you change your mind? And I just sort of glance over at Lo, who's still passed out. Actually, I don't know when he's going to come around, but I should be quite interested to find out. There's some things we have been finding out, in fact, regardless of his situation. But yeah, he's not come around yet.
you can tell that she almost said something to you, but then she doesn't. She almost said something, but then she thought better of it, and then she didn't.
But,
well, I'll have one if it's medicinal.
But of course.
But the condition is, will you at least tell me one story of something exciting?
I should be
Before we-
delighted.
Thank you.
And I'm going to go and I'm going to get some just a little bit of brandy. I'm not going to do anything to it. Actually, this is purely social stuff.
To calm her nerves.
To calm her nerves, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm going to sort of pull up a chair, one of the few nice chairs we have left.
Was it
And
smashed?
one of the few unsmashed chairs we have left.
I'm afraid my fan has been ruined.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
I know.
He says, I do know somewhere. I do rather know somewhere. Should you be in town for a bit, I do know somewhere you can acquire a most excellent one.
Well, and I apologize. I do apologize for my state. It's quite inappropriate to be out and about looking less than one's best. But so it is.
Well, indeed. Often circumstance prevents us from being at our best. It would seem dreadful circumstance doing such things to us. Here you are.
Thank you. So, tell me something exciting before I leave.
Oh, I should be delighted.
Oh, this is quite nice.
So it turns out, he says, and I will actually, during this time, yeah, okay. It turns out that there are quite a few, that there is a bit of a cabal, it seems, amongst those who that is collaborating with the French. It appears to be slowly coming out.
I did hear about that some time ago, about the horse thing. This is when you all barged in onto the quartermaster's tent. It was my brother spearheading it all, just to go and try to find things. And yes, I remember there was some sort of to-do about treason, hanging offenses and whatnot, and him trying to find... doesn't matter, really. So,
oh yes. And actually, Spalding is actively doing the active listening thing, where he's actually paying attention to what you're saying. And he says, "Shall I tell you about those gentlemen over there?" And he says, pointing to those gentlemen, that gentleman, pointing to the as yet unidentified Jacobite attacker from earlier. Was going on quite a bit, and I was just still watching her reactions as I'm doing this. He was going on a bit, speaking a language actually I'm not as familiar with, but he was going on about Hanoverians when he came forth to attack. It's very interesting. He and what apparently is a colleague of his, we found them attacking the good major over there. He says, gesturing to Holmes, who I think actually is conscious for this. And
I need a roll from Priscilla.
what would you like?
Actually, technically, I need 2 rolls.
Oh, all right.
Number 1, I need a cunning memory.
Yes.
And number 2, I need a status breeding check.
Of course. A 19 on my cunning memory. I do remember things. I have a good knack for detail. And my status breeding is it's something also as well. 13.
You glance at the gentleman as the doctor is describing the instance, and you recall his face. You recall his face because he had come to dinner last week.
That's nice.
Your husband had invited him.
Oh.
They didn't actually ask for you to remain, and it was quite awkward.
I have a question.
Yes.
Small question. Did he let me know we were having guests for dinner?
Of course not.
Of course not. He never does.
It was very awkward, and he kind of strongly discouraged you from staying.
As well.
But when the doctor mentions Hanoverians...
I did study something about that.
Well, yes, of course, you would have, a lady of your status and breeding and family, and you would recall, of course, that George III and his family are Hanoverians.
Well, why would they be mentioning things like that? Seems an odd thing.
And you would, of course, being a woman of your standing and gossip. It's a stock and trade.
I like to know things. I do.
Indeed. Hanoverians, the term is familiar to me, but it doesn't seem to be
means. I just
shaking
wonder
loose.
why this fellow would be mentioning it. And also, might I ask, well, I don't know if I should. It's not really... I really shouldn't.
I don't believe anyone here is in a position to object.
And she looks at that major who's awake, and that makes her uncomfortable. Give her some awake major over there. I don't want to cause any trouble.
Oh, well. I feel as though we've... I feel as though we're rather... of all the individuals who've caused trouble in this tent, I feel as though you're not destined to be one of them.
Well, no, it's not about that. It's all about propriety. Propriety is important.
Shall we? And I will just sort of turn, almost semi-dramatically, with my back to Holmes, and say, "Shall we speak low then?"
Oh, well, all right. I'm going to need some kind of persuasion roll from you because she does not want to say what she wants to say. She wants to say, but she also doesn't want to say because she has conflicted feelings here. So I'm going to need something to see if she's going to be persuaded to say something inappropriate.
I mean,
okay.
You could persuaded, convince, charmed, seduced.
I think this is probably going to be charm here, which
Say
I'm not great at, but we'll see what happens.
You do have 2 bonus dice.
I do. I still have 2 bonus dice.
You got.
Thought I only had one.
You spent one, but Pope was very kind, and then Time of Gifts was very kind. So.
Hell, I'll spend. This is important. I'll go ahead and spend another one.
Oh, thank you.
Because why not? Charm. It's a 9.
I would need some assurances from you if I were to say what I'm thinking, that you would not let what I say go beyond our ears, as... Well, no, I don't necessarily want that. It might be all right for you to say something, but would you not say that it came from me? And would you be careful and perhaps kind?
My dear lady, you should be surprised at the manner of secrets I'm capable of keeping.
Well, you are a doctor, after all. I am concerned about these rumors of Jacobites and also horse thievery. I'm quite concerned about them because I've only heard of them until this moment from one person.
Uh-huh.
Yes. And that person has questionable motives. But if I were to reveal the name of this person, it could do damage to reputations. Not only theirs, but also my own. And it is not loyal to say such things, and so I feel uncomfortable saying something that might damage reputations that are quite important to me, and damage people who, I must say, perhaps I should not be as loyal to them as they are clearly not to me. But it is difficult. It's not what a lady would do.
Ah. Well, at this moment, we may consider it doctor-patient confidentiality, as I am treating you, he says, gesturing to the glass.
I suppose that is so. The person I've first heard about this horse thievery and about all of this is my brother.
Ah.
He came into the tent determined to find some sort of evidence of treason on behalf of myself and my husband, and he has been on a tear ever since. He has been threatening me. He's been threatening to destroy my reputation. He has been... He, and not in so many words, like a brute, but like someone who's sophisticated, he threatened me with his farrier axe, and he has my husband arrested at this point, claiming that he's part of some sort of whatever thing. I've only heard from him for this first time in this moment. And I do believe that, well, and this is, please, you must not let this go to anyone. This is highly personal and could be very damaging to my family. But my brother died. My older brother died. And that means that the responsibility for the family is going to fall to him, which is something he's never wanted, in a very performative and disrespectful way. And he has told me that he will be taking that mantle and that he will be kicking me out onto the streets, which apparently is something that he's been wanting all along. I fear that my brother, this may be, the only thing I can imagine is that my brother might have directed this in some sort of way to, I don't know, to harm the family. I mean, he's always acted out, and I cannot understand, I cannot imagine why any of this is happening, other than his central part in all of this, other than he must hate us so much that he would.
I'm so sorry. I think,
but this cannot get too far. If there's some way that you could look into this in a way that wouldn't get out, because of he will take over the family. This is what will happen, and no matter what. And if there's too much scandal about him, and there's already so much about him, it will make it very difficult for our household to continue on in good standing, and it'll make everything difficult. And now that he's going to run this family, anything you could do to help with this situation without harming the reputation of the family, which includes him as the current one to be, would be helpful.
Understood. Prax, there is something here. And especially during the point where she was talking about this is the first time she's heard any of this. Spalding is trying to decide whether she's trying to transfer blame onto her brother or if she actually doesn't know what's happening. And so, sympathy. Yeah, that's the one.
I was about to ask you for that one. Awareness, empathy.
Yeah. Yeah, why not? I'm going to blow the last bonus die on this.
You know, it is the penultimate episode.
It is the penultimate episode.
And so I simply must go back to England. I can't stay here any longer. It's just too much.
17.
Oof, good rolls.
And so I've packed a bag and I'm leaving. And I just wanted to say thank you before I left. With utmost haste. I don't yet have any sort of arrangements, though, to leave.
Trooper.
I might be able to help you out there.
With a 17, Doctor, you are 100% convinced that she is telling the truth as far as she's aware of it at the moment.
All right. So that being the case, sort of looking, he says, you know, I think there's rather a lot There are a few things I need to tell you. First, there is rather a lot that I think, perhaps, that you are not permitted to see. That I think perhaps you should. Let me ask, as far as your brother goes, I can tell you that I have had a number of adventures with the gentleman. I do know, I don't know him as well as perhaps someone close, very close to him would, but we've had some times. And I believe, truly, that he is capable of far more than he believes himself to be.
Well, I've always known this about him. But he does not wish to. And that's the difference.
That is fair. And there comes a time when one perhaps learns to, if one has things one wishes to evade, there are ways to do that. But without letting down one's responsibilities. This is a time of adjustment for him, and I would think,
good doctor,
that I would counsel that perhaps
to kill
change.
me.
I think that is because he is
response to responsibility.
Well,
I never thought, I did not realize that he was so blinded by hate.
Well,
and
there
with
is
that knowledge,
Mm-hmm.
I cannot trust anything he's told me.
Well, that is understandable. There is much that would need to be dealt with respect to that. Let me tell you, in fact, what is happening. But I must. This is going to now.
How much have you learned that has come from him?
Oh, actually, very little.
My understanding is he's in
independent.
charge of this investigation. How convenient is that?
Hmm? I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
My understanding is he was placed in charge of this investigation. And how convenient is that for someone who, well...
He was placed in charge of an investigation of the situation with respect to the horses.
And see how strange it has...
Now, as it happens...
some other thing.
Well, as it happens, I was placed in charge of the investigation regarding the hospital tent and a number of things that happened since. And as it turns out, there is a connection. But I can tell you independently, that what he has surmised, that there are Jacobites about,
That'd be terrible.
is true.
Well,
Now, and he's going to very gently, and he's not trying to, he's not going to like, he's not going to do this in a necessarily non-consensual way. But he will say, there was a point where, as you are aware, no doubt, as you've probably heard some of my tirades regarding people's sartorial sense.
yes, I found them quite amusing.
Well, it turns out this knowledge does come in handy. And he's very gently, he's reaching over to your shawl. A pattern like this, for example, you can learn quite a lot from it.
It's quite nice, isn't it?
Yes, may I ask where you got it?
Oh, my husband gave it to me recently as an apology, as it were.
Of course.
A bit of thoughtfulness on his part. It was very nice.
My dear lady.
And when he says that,
Mm-hmm.
the door to the hospital tent opens. The figures of the troops led by Colonel Fisher, the two captains, Cleveland Griffiths, and the stretcher bearing Major Atkins enter said hospital tent. But it is there that we will have to pick up next time.
Right, at least get arrested before we go to break? I mean, goodness sakes.
There's another thing that's going to happen.
Okay.
Because as those figures kind of merge in, very focused on Major Atkins, the young figure of Ben Perkins runs in, mildly winded, and runs in and claps a hand on the lady's shoulder, saying what, Mr. Perkins?
I'm not sure what I'm reporting, unfortunately.
You've got
Well,
the incriminating
you're supposed
evidence
to be
of her.
arresting the lady.
Oh,
and
yes,
she
of
ran
course.
away
Yes,
from
very
you.
well. Oh, that's true. That's fair.
That's
okay,
right.
we're
You
back.
know, I ran away from
I'm
you.
so, he
Well,
says,
you have your incriminating
I'm sorry.
evidence.
So Ren Perkins comes in. He claps the hand to her shoulder. He says, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mom.
No,
But
Private
I'm afraid you're
Perkins.
going to have to come with us.
Whatever for?
I've got to place you under arrest."
What? What?
And that's what we'll pick up again next week for the finale.
There it is.
Yes, so many juicy secrets came out tonight. I was so excited. Still some secrets left to discover. I was rather astonished of where things went, but how are we all doing? Are we having fun? Did y'all have fun tonight?
So much fun. The best fun.
So good. Just so good.
Well, I'm glad. Glad we could catch up on everything, see where things are going. We have one episode left. Next week will be the finale. Ooh, and I'll have something else I'm going to say at the very, very end. But we're going to go in reverse order this time. So you say that, sir. And we're going to start with Alyssa. Tell us where we can find you online and give some love, share some positives, things you enjoy.
Well, that's very easy. But to start with the basic plugs, find me at Xander Slamilton on Twitter, at Xander in the Wild on Instagram. Not a whole lot going on right now. You know, high holy seasons of fundraising. So again, as somebody that does all that work, sorry for all the emails. Not sorry for your support, though.
Aww.
Definitely looking forward to it.
Aww.
It's easy to give love. I think there were so many moments. I think all of Priscilla's just whole arc this episode has been great. I think though the true moment was Anino talking to himself.
Yes. So
Multiple times.
So good. So good.
I'm so glad that we've established this as a recurring thing.
Yes.
So grateful. Just I love it so much.
Yes, it is indeed. It was quite a bit of fun. I enjoyed it. Thank you. Thank you, Anino, by the way, the he of the triple roll fabulousness. Where can we find you, sir? You're muted.
You can find me over at Anino Gaming on Twitter. I also have a website. It's aninogaming.com. I'll be pushing out a first of 3 flash fiction pieces over the next 3 days to lead up to some interesting cyberpunk red stuff that is happening this week. Let's see, tomorrow the final arc of Ghosts of Saltma begins over on Jim's channel at 3 p.m. Eastern time. And we're going to see where the crew is at. So, no, there are no space mermaids, as far as I know. I don't know.
Thank you for knowing what I was
maybe.
going to ask, though, but I was hoping.
Yeah.
I was just
I mean,
hoping.
One can dream.
There's always hope. There's always dream. Yeah, so full disclosure, I actually spent a lot of the week plotting the number of ways that I could arrange for Griffiths to kill his sister.
Nice.
So
Nice.
I just wanted to see if I could actually be that kind of person, because I don't normally play characters like that. So that was on the cards. And,
If you didn't have like witnesses, you could have killed her in the tent.
that is true.
Or not saved her. Like you could have just not mentioned the fire.
I know, but then we got to dunk her in a horse room.
That's fair.
And is that not killing her in a different way?
Yeah. I mean, like, good public humiliation for a lady of her breeding. That's a pretty good social death. Like, and I
Yes.
imagine if I had a resolve token, I would have just made sure that, like, you know, one of them like Mary Elizabeth Bisley, people who have the ear of society could have seen it. Like,
well, Mary Elizabeth Bisley was not going to be able to see it because she's running away and was murdering people or attempting to murder people. She hasn't actually murdered anyone yet. Well, at least not that you know of.
Yeah, I was about to say, not that we know of.
But hats off to Jim's incredible roles. I don't think I've seen anyone just completely have his way. He's like a pre-injury Doctor Strange with all of the surgical success that he had in that tent today. Bodies just kept coming in and getting sewn up. It was well, I don't think this happened on ER. Not as well.
Not as well. Speaking of the ungodly roles and the ability to save everyone that came into his surgical tent. Hey, Jim.
Hi. Oh, we'll see. We'll see if it all comes crashing down in the finale, though. The bill will come due, and I've just spent my last bonus die.
I would like to point
so,
out
folks, if you feel like donating.
Yes, as a fundraising professional, if you feel like your donation goes to a very good cause, which is continuing Jim's magic rolls.
Yes. This was so good. But let's see. Plugs first. So yes, I am Other Doc on both Twitch and Twitter. My website is jimyesthatjim.com, where soon there will be game signups because I am reaching a point where I am actually finally getting ready to start up a thing. It's almost time. Almost. In the meantime, however, over on my channel, as previously mentioned, tomorrow we are bringing back Ghosts of Saltmaw.
You're bringing Saltmaw back?
Yes. the game in Dark Matter, Mage Hand Press Dark Matter, not Alternative Dark Matter, where we're out in space having to deal with the undead and a pirate fleet, probably at the same time. And so I'm very much looking forward to this final arc that is coming up and to see kind of how things develop. So we're starting that up. There is more coming in the new year that I cannot yet talk about because I don't know exactly when the exact timing of it, but there's perhaps more is coming back to my channel than just that, and we shall see what that is as things progress.
Does that involve robot Shakespeare? And
not
just thought I'd throw that out there.
Not directly, but one never knows. One never knows when these things might just crop up suddenly.
Oh, Sisyphus is a thing like that. It just randomly pops up. You're never sure if it's going to happen.
Yeah, Syphilis. Yeah.
You can never get it to go away fully.
It never does. No, it's the gift that keeps on giving. So that's so there are things in the works. So as for tonight, my God, I am immersed in drama. This is just the sheer as I'd kind of secretly hoped. Priscilla Quibble is actually just been caught up in and is in over her head. And the only one who realizes that at this point is Spaulding. And this is going to be so dramatic. And because I also actually I sent Prax a sort of a what if thing that I had in mind regarding Mrs. Quibble, which will be probably, I don't know if it's going to come close to happening, but we'll see at this point, because there are now other factors, but this is very interesting. This is very interesting. I think that of the favorite things that happened this evening, of which there were many, I loved the continuous conversations that Anino was having with himself. It's such a delight to get to observe those for a change.
Yes,
it's wonderful. And even just briefly in the scene with both Bisley and Anushka. That too was happening, and that was wonderful. But I am going to say the thing that kicked that off that in this episode, which is I think the moment that was most awesome for me, was when I look at Pomeroy, it's like seeing myself in a mirror.
Oh, so good.
Oh, that was just the best.
Oh, so good.
So
That's
good.
the t-shirt.
And yeah, I'm just looking forward to there's so much. This group, I'm going to be sad that we are finishing up next time, because there's so much wonderful drama and story potential and things that have come out in these characters and the way these characters, it turns out, interact with each other. And it is one of those things one never wants to end, but I'm very glad we've had the time that we have. Thank you all so much.
I believe that's the ending to the Carol Burnett show, yes?
I'm so glad we've had this time together.
Yes, indeed. I was correct. Right?
Holy shit, it is.
Yeah, she's like, she like pulls the ear, right? And she sings, yeah. Mm-hmm,
Yeah, there we go.
mm-hmm,
Speaking of wonderful, wonderful people, hi,
Carol Burnett?
Trooper.
Oh, me. But just for the record, Carol Burnett's amazing, and I just want to sort of throw that out there. Hey, I'm Trooper SJP. Hi. You can find me at Trooper SJP here on the Twitch, or Academic Foxhole on Twitter. And I haven't done a what do you call it? What do I call it? A stream of consciousness. Start with one song and then just find out where you end in a while. So I feel like I should probably do that at some point in time again. So if you want to see 10 songs that are come out of my subconsciousness and weirdness, that'll probably happen on Twitter. And I'm doing games and all the stuff, all the places. We have 2 episodes left of the French Resistance show that I'm running, City of Light and Shadow. And yeah. Sorry, that was my GM laugh. That's all. That's all I'm gonna say about that one. Maybe you want to be there. You don't have to, but maybe you want to witness whatever might happen. I don't know. We'll see. That's me. And so my love has to go, of course, to my love, Anushka. I just have to, like, you know when you know things about people and you know things, but other people don't know those things, and you see that conversation, and I'm like, oh, the doctor's talking to Anushka, and he does not know that she's like an expert weaver. She's she was really important back home, and like she's so good, and like her, like, and then her not wanting to embarrass him, but like, you know, she just and then when she's talking to like the colonel, and then when she's standing there when the boys are just doing this, and she's like, there is somebody bleeding. Like, she's just the best in every way, and I just love her. That's all. I'm just gonna give all of my love to Anushka right now. That's what I'm gonna do.
Well, I appreciate all the love going around. Hi, everyone. I'm @Zero on Twitter, or Praxis4. You see me around here on Twitch. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for having all of the fun times with us. For those of you who are wondering, yes, these do go up on YouTube. They are there. There's a whole VOD collection. You can check them out, along with all of the other things that I have done over the year, including a bunch of these wonderful, fine people involved in a bunch of different fun things. I will also point out something that Trooper neglected to say. The next time you can see both of us is on Monday on Encounter Roleplay, 3 p.m. Eastern, for the penultimate episode of For the North, a Song of Ice and Fire campaign. And I would just like to point out that right now, Trooper, you being unconscious in 2 different games, y'all.
I did not poison myself in the other game.
That is nominally fair.
Now, I will note. Go ahead and say it. You know what you're going to say. I know.
No. Right now, it'll be great. We're only split in 3 different ways. It'll be fine.
I actually really enjoy, so I did not poison my character. It's true. I didn't stop it from happening.
You also didn't help anything.
Maybe I didn't. Also, can I just, like, personally, what my favorite moment in today's game was, for me personally, like, my favorite moment?
Yes.
My favorite when I asked if I could use that resolve token to create evidence that would make my character, who I know is completely innocent of all of this, look super guilty. That was my favorite part. That was the best part. And I'm so excited for next session.
See, there's that. I quite enjoy these things as well. Then you can find me on Friday over on Wandering DM for some Cyberpunk Red. By the way, check out Anino's Flash Fiction, because those little short stories that kind of interweave into our world are fabulous. Also, check out the art. Check out the art.
So good.
The art is good. The fucks are
all
good.
so good.
It's so good. And then we'll be back here on Saturday for the finale of The Regiment. But
you haven't even seen the last 3 or 4 sketches that I got for the upcoming pieces either.
See, there'll be great cyberpunk art coming. So much cyberpunk. I love it. But yes, the finale episode is next week of The Regiment. There are secrets, there are scandals, there's murder, there's plotting, there's treason.
And maybe even a nice family dinner.
Possibly. Somebody must have a nice family dinner.
And Perkins, Anishka, and Henry Valentine. Come on! That's going to be lovely. I don't think anybody else gets to have a family dinner that's nice, but I mean...
It's a very complicated. It's very complicated. But I also want to share a little gift that I'm going to share with all of you. On the 19th, so 2 weeks from today, after our finale, I may have possibly been plotting with one of my very dear friends, and he's in chat. Hey Pope, wave at everybody, kind people. Pope World Build is going to be hosting an Inside the RPers studio for the regiment. A little, chat about character, plot, fun things. And we hope you all can join us. And then, but other than that, check my Twitter, because I always post what's going to happen, where we're going to be, all the fun, fabulous people I get to hang out with, like these fine, fabulous folks here. See, there's Pope, wave. And we'll see you on Saturday for the finale of The Regiment. Have a good one, everyone.